that yours? Is that yours? Is that one working? Okay. If we can get the participants from the Leadership Academy to come forward so we can take pictures at this time?
You want us down there?
See this.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
See if I can do this really quick.
I'm just going to the side.
No, I'm doing this for now. Let's get out of here.
So get inside.
I guess so.
I'll be right in the middle. We can all fit now.
Good job, Nash. That's leadership. Learned it.
You learned it from the class. Actually, based on my response, I didn't learn it formally. Oh, God. Front row or? Oh, bottom row, okay. Are you in the back, Henches? Get up. Can we get Henches to in with us? No. Get in. No. You put your two legs in. Get in.
Cool.
Yeah.
Should we?
Chief.
That's for that one. Yeah, that's one we just did. Uh-huh. Maybe it's one this. Testing.
Testing, testing.
they're on silent or turn it off. Okay, good evening, everyone. We're ready to begin tonight's Gardena City Council meeting for Tuesday, May the 28th, 2024. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Serta,
Here?
Mayor Pro Tem Henderson,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
Councilmember Francis,
Here.
and Councilmember Love.
Here.
All members of the council are present.
Okay, thank you. So tonight, we did not have closed session, so we have nothing to report. And we're going to begin tonight with the Pledge of Allegiance. We have two students here from KIPS Generations Academy. We have Abraham Chavez and Thomas Jimbog. If you could please come forward at this time, they're going to lead us in the pledge. And then immediately following that, we will have our invocation, which will be led by Reverend Edward Harthon. So at this time, everyone, please stand.
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. Let us pray. Almighty and everlasting God, the God of life and the God of light. We thank you, Lord, for the gift of life. We thank you for Jesus Christ who died for our sins. Now help us, Lord, to let Christ be the very center of our life. Lord, bless the City Council meeting tonight. Help our leaders, Lord, to make the wise decision. Give them the courage to stand for justice. And Lord, bless our mayor. Empower her with the wisdom to lead and guide this great city with compassion, courage, conviction, and commitment. And Lord, bless our police officers and firefighters. Keep them safe who risk their lives for us every day. Keep them safe from hurt, harm, or danger. And bless the citizens of this great city. Let us know and understand, Lord, that yes, we are our brother's keeper, that we must love one another as you loved us. This we pray in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. And the people of God said amen.
Amen. You may be seated. So if I can have our two pledgers come back to the front. Come on back to the podium. So tonight's Pledge of Allegiance was led by two students from KIPS Generations Academy, Abraham Chavez, who is in the 7th grade, and Thomas Jimbong, who is in the 6th grade. So we're going to first start with Abraham tonight. So he is a leader both in and out of the classroom and excels academically. He's part of the select group of 7th grade students enrolled in accelerated algebra. Abraham enjoys robotics, engineering, building with Legos, and his favorite subject at school is science. So I'm going to start with you, Abraham. Can you tell us who you brought with you tonight?
I brought my mother, Carla, my father, Alisar, and my brother, Anthony.
Okay, let's give him a round of applause for bringing you out tonight. Anything you'd like to say? Anything else? Nope. Okay, that's okay. Okay. Also, we have with us tonight Thomas, who shows both academic and artistic promise. Last year, his T-shirt design was chosen as the winner of the school-wide Black History Month T-shirt. I think I got one of those. Designed in the designer contest. Thomas' favorite subject is ethnic studies, and he likes to play basketball. So, Thomas, can you tell us who you brought with you tonight?
I brought my mom, Toynbee, and my dad, he left out.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you guys for bringing them out. Give them a round of applause. And Tom, hold on, not so quick, Thomas. Is there anything else you'd like to say? I'm not going to let you off the hook that quick. Okay, now, well, thank you guys both for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you for being outstanding students, and we look forward to seeing you back here, hopefully before you graduate from high school. If I can have our invocator please come forward, Reverend Harthon. So tonight's invocation was led by Reverend Edward G. Harthon, who is the pastor at Holly Park United Methodist Church, which is located at 13,000 Van Ness Avenue in Gardena. Pastor Ed is currently serving as a senior pastor of Holly Park United Methodist Church. Prior to that, he served at St. Mark's United Methodist Church and several other churches throughout the Los Angeles area. Pastor Ed and the church believe in having open hearts, open minds, and open doors. They welcome people from all backgrounds. It doesn't matter if you've never stepped foot into a church. Pastor Ed served in the United States Air Force and is a Vietnam veteran. He is a retired LAPD police officer and also worked as an electrician for the Los Angeles County Department of Health Services. Pastor Ed attended Pepperdine University, where he received his undergrad degree in public administration, and he got his MBA from the University of Phoenix. He also has a Master's of Arts in Theology from Fuller Theological Seminary and received a doctorate degree in theology from Bible Believers College. Pastor Ed is married to his wife, Ogalala, thank you, Harthon, and together they have 3 children and 7 grandchildren. Pastor, would you like to say anything?
Been married 51 years.
51 years, wow. Congratulations on that.
I'm also happy to report that I'll be 82 in October.
Oh, wow, another round of applause. You just keep surprising us. Anything else?
I'm just honored. It's real. I'm humbled to be asked to do this the second time, and I'm grateful for the opportunity. Thank you so much. Yes.
All right, thank you again for leading us in tonight's invitation. And you know, I actually forgot to mention that tonight's pledgers, their teacher is here with us today, Rena Minato, I hope I pronounced that right. Thank you for coming out and supporting our students here tonight. We appreciate that. Okay, with that being said, we're going to move on tonight. We have some presentations. So tonight we have a certificate of commendation being presented to participants of the City of Gardena's 3rd Leadership Development Academy. And tonight, Mr. City Manager, I think you're going to tell us a little bit about the program before we introduce the recipients.
Can we have the Leadership Academy class of 2024 please come up for a little bit? Up to the mic over here. While you're going up there, let me give you a little bit of background of what this is. Around 4 years ago, we started this Leadership Academy in the city of Gardena. The aim is really to offer a comprehensive educational series which encompasses approximately 4 to 5 months of classes that meets once a week. It's designed to have our employees from different backgrounds and different departments come together and learn several different things about leadership. This cohort, this class of 2024, is comprised of 16 employees from different departments. They participated in about 8 sessions that encompasses about 4 months, and they were exposed and for one thing with each other, and then through leadership courses such as communication, managerial systems, how to be good managers and supervisors, building and learning the language of leadership, right, guys? And then finally, how to build and create a culture of a winning team and achieve results. So this is your cohort class of 2024. Because of COVID, we weren't able to present to you the previous classes, but we're here now. They are here out of their own time, and I want to commend them for just being here to be recognized and be part of the Gardena culture. And I want to congratulate them for completing this course and one step further towards greater leadership. So, does anybody want to say a few things, please?
Come on, it's the Leadership
Tyler?
Academy.
You're-
Somebody of these folks.
That's always,
You're the voice
that's
of the
always
class.
funny. Leadership, everybody sits back.
Well, good evening.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, for having us. City Manager, obviously appreciate your support through this. It's not common that cities get to do things of this nature, to have several different departments throughout the city all put our heads together, to try and make each other better. It's always good to see, how Parks and Rec does it, how Public Works does things, and how we can apply the things that they do in their departments in our own department, and vice versa. So thank you so much for having us tonight. It was a great experience, I'd say, for all of us, getting to meet new people and wrapping our heads around different ideas. So thank you so much for putting on this leadership.
Okay, well,
Academy.
thank you. And let me just read what the certificate says. It says certificate of commendation being presented to, and it has your name, and this is an official acknowledgement of your accomplishments and extended deep appreciation for completing the eight-session course in Leadership Development Academy with HR Dynamics and Performance Management. It goes on to say, we, the mayor and city council, we're proud of you, basically, at the end of the day. That's what this says. I just want to mention the names here. Ramisi Watkins, Donnie Harris, Hong Lee, Gabriel Gonzalez, Jose Zamundio, Evan Jackson, Tyler Nash, Laurent Hinges, Jessica Anderson, Minesh Chauhan, Caitlin Corwin, Amber Suit, Jenna Matali, Deanna Espinosa, Tiffany Alacaraz, and Anae Corte. So congratulations to all of you guys. Everyone, please, let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you guys again. Absolutely they do. Okay, so next up tonight, we have a presentation tonight, item number 5B from one of our boards. It is the Senior Citizens Commission. Tonight, that is going to be led by Linda Barentine. And I believe there's also a video as well.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for letting me talk a little bit about what we do in the Senior Commission. We have been participating in a lot of the things that the Senior Bureau does. One of the things that I like to do is in the Walking Club. We're about ready to celebrate our 3rd anniversary as a walking club. That's kind of cool. But we attend the different events and also different clubs, like the second time around, and we've been part of Meals on Wheels and the candlelight dinners. Women can get in because that thing fills up like overnight. But when we go to these different things in the city, we like to ask people how are they doing, and especially with the older adults, is there something that we can do for you in the city? The responses that I seem to get are things like, thank you so much for getting the meals to me. Thank you so much for the fun things. I just enjoy going to the dinners. I enjoy all of these fun things that you are doing. So I'd like to thank the Senior Bureau for all of the good stuff that they do, and I'm glad to be a volunteer and a part of their great organization. We have a video for you of the things that have been happening in the last year or so. So go ahead and watch.
Okay, very
I'd like to
nice.
say one more thing. I saw a phrase online somewhere. It says, as older people, we are not just older people, we're recycled teenagers. So I see the joy in some of those things that they're doing. Do you have any questions for me?
No, just a quick comment. I just want to commend you guys on what you're doing at the Senior Citizens Commission. Oftentimes, I hear our seniors mention just how much they, not only the events, but they tell all their friends. And I've actually been to some of the events where people from Redondo have been there, Hawthorne. They've even invited their friends from Santa Ana, and that's a considerable distance to come. And the event keeps getting bigger and bigger. Suggestion, we might need to have like 2 candlelight dinners in one night or something just to accommodate, because they're definitely a big hit, the dances and so on. So I just appreciate all the suggestions that you guys give to just make it great, because our seniors stay busy, they're active, and they're very happy. So
They really are.
thank you for all that you guys do.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so next item number 5C is the investment presentation tonight. It's going to be given by Chris McCary from Chandler Asset Management.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city staff. Thank you for allowing me today to present to the council. My name is Christopher McCary. I am a senior portfolio strategist for Chandler Asset Management. Chandler, we've been proud to work with the city, partnering in the fiduciary responsibility of managing the assets with the city since 2018. I was asked to give a review of the overall portfolio that Chandler is managing on behalf of the city, as well as to address some questions that have recently been brought to council. First here, I have a slide of the portfolio that Chandler is managing. There's a lot of numbers on this page right now. I'm not going to go through every single one of them. But what I'd like to highlight are first the portfolio characteristics that you see in the upper left-hand corner. First off, the average modified duration is at 1.74. I just mentioned that because duration is a calculus metric that talks about the portfolio's sensitivity to interest rate movements. So in a sense, it's a metric that's used to understand how the value of the portfolio might increase or decrease as interest rates move. So it's a very important calculation, but I also like to highlight the average purchase yield at 3.3%, the average credit quality of AA. And then we can see here in the center of the page, the account summary. I'm going to focus on the column on the right of the ending values. Is that total market value, the third line item down from the top, showing that the total portfolio that Chandler manages on behalf of the city is just over $32 million. Now that's down a little bit from the beginning of the month. That's because interest rates increased during the month of April. And as interest rates increase, the value of the bonds in the city's portfolio will decrease. As the value of bonds have an inverse relationship to the movement of interest rates. So when interest rates go down, the value of the bonds in the city's portfolio will go up. Okay? So there was a small increase in interest rates during the month, but as you can see, the income that the city is earning, just under $130,000 on a monthly basis, is very strong. You'll notice the top issuers in the upper right-hand corner, the United States government, through the investment and purchases of U.S. Treasuries, is just under 43%, as well as some other federal agency bonds. And then you'll notice in the bottom left-hand corner, the sector allocation, a very well-diversified portfolio across treasuries, corporate bonds, asset-backed securities, agencies, supranational debts, as well as the money market fund. And then a very well-diversified portfolio across the maturity distribution. In a sense, across the yield curve, you'll see between 0 and 5 years. I would like to point out that the portfolio is in compliance not only with California government code, but also in compliance with the city's investment policy, which I think is very important. Now on to the next page. There recently has been some questions regarding the reporting of some of the positions in the city's portfolio, and I'd just like to address some of those. But first off, I would like to say I believe a lot of the questions come from a disconnect in the understanding of the accounting methodology that the city is using comparatively to accounting principles that some of the individuals that have raised questions are utilizing. We believe those individuals are utilizing cost accounting as a methodology for analyzing the city's portfolio statements, whereas the city is actually using a accrual amortization method That is actually the most commonly used method for public agencies in California. So I think that disconnect is where a lot of these questions come from. But what we have here is just a sample of some of the positions in the city's portfolio as of 4/30/2024. And the first question that came up was, is the realized gain loss incorrectly stated on the city's monthly portfolio statements? And that is no. The realized gains losses are calculated based on the price paid versus the price sold. A question came in relative to the par values for those bonds and whether or not they were being incorrectly stated because the individual was basing the selling of a bond off of the par value. And that's not actually what the city is utilizing. What the city is utilizing is based off of the price that the bond was purchased at. And just as a sample, you can see here, I apologize, the numbers are a little small here, but as the bottom line item position, you can see MasterCard. Above that is Bank of America. You'll notice we purchased that at a discount back in September of 2023. If we sold that on 4/30/2024, you will notice there would have been actually a gain, which is the third column from the right, of around $1,300 for that position. Okay? So in a sense, that's the reason and rationale. It's not being incorrectly stated. It's actually being used based off of the cost for the purchase and then the cost of the sell. Secondarily, should the maturity of a premium bond reflect a loss instead of $0 given the security was purchased at a price greater than 100? And this actually goes specifically to that accounting methodology that's being utilized by the city. So the city of Gardena was being assumed by the individual to use cost accounting. In that instance, what we would see is gains and losses on their security would be reflected at the time of maturity. Okay? However, the city is actually using the straight line amortization method that I already referenced, and the book value of the premium bond is amortized over time for the purchase to the par value for the remaining life of that bond. Therefore, there's no gain loss reflected at the time of maturity. So in a sense, what it comes down to is when that revenue is being reflected from an accounting perspective. Okay? From a cost accounting perspective, that revenue gets reflected at a sell or a time of maturity. But from the amortization method, what you're doing is recognizing that revenue as you're receiving income over time as you're holding that bond. Okay? And finally, does the city lose money when the securities are purchased at a premium? And the answer to that is no. When we are actually purchasing securities at a premium, what we are doing is increasing and purchasing them at an income higher than, from a coupon perspective, than what the actually prevalent market yield is at that time. We've actually pointed that out here as of the highlighted position MasterCard that was purchased back in April of 2023. Though we did purchase that at a premium, what you can see here is the coupon of 4.875 is higher than the prevalent purchase yield, the column just to the right of that of 4.1. So therefore, the city is actually receiving a higher income for that purchase of that premium bond, and therefore, in a sense, not losing money for the purchase of those bonds. I think I also want to adhere to the fact that this portfolio and also the positions, anytime a decision is made relative to buy or sell or let a position mature, follows the guidelines set forth by California Code 53601, making sure that first we're recognizing the safety of the assets, making sure secondarily that they're meeting the liquidity standards that are set forth by the city, and then finally providing a commensurate yield of return for that. And that is my presentation, and I would like to open it up to any questions.
Okay, thank you. Does any member of the council have any questions or comments at this time? No? Well, thank you again for the presentation. Real quick, I know you've been with us since 2018. How long has Chandler been in existence overall?
So Chandler started in the late 80s, in 1988 by Kay Chandler. She actually first worked for the city, then the county of San Diego.
Okay.
And she recognized that a lot of public agencies lacked the expertise or could utilize some support in managing their assets. So she started Chandler to focus specifically on partnering with public agencies to be able to share in that fiduciary responsibility of managing those portfolios. Currently, right now, we manage just under about $40 billion with over 110 different unique public agencies in California specifically.
Okay, great. And so just for future reference, let's just say the average person, layperson comes in and they have questions in regards to this. Is there anything out there that could teach them a little bit about accrual amortization so that they can understand our investments better?
Yeah, honestly, just Googling
Okay.
things like that off of Investopedia
Okay.
is a good way for referencing it. The Chandler website, I do believe we have some trainings specifically on discussions of the portfolios themselves. But those are more accounting principles. And I think if you actually just Google and understand the differences between cost accounting and the amortization and accretion, I know Investopedia has got a really good website that gives pretty basic summaries on the differences between the two.
Okay. Well, we have a question here, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for that presentation. As we increase the number of assets that we have, do we get to adjust our bonds AAA, or do we got to go back out for more bonds just to get some more revenue?
Are you talking about bonds that the city issues, or are you talking?
The bonds the city issues, because our asset portfolio is now going to expand.
That I'd have to defer to staff on that one. But one of the benefits that we have worked, sir. Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem, so the rating system, the grading of our bonds that we issue is dependent upon S&P and Moody's. Quite often Moody's and S&P would reach out to us to make a comment and on an annual basis they would do that. And then would reach out to them and say, hey, do you mind giving us a revised rating? If they feel that there is a need to do that, then they'll do a revised rating. If not, then it's status quo and nothing. It's generally unchanged. Madam Mayor, can I ask a quick question?
Sure, go ahead.
So there's a lot of reference on that public comment on par values as far as realized gain and loss. Could you briefly touch on why we don't, as a city, we don't use par values as a measure of realized gains and losses?
Because par value is the value with which the city would actually realize if you held to maturity. And generally what the city is doing, and we're partnering with the city on that, is we are actually purchasing bonds below par or above par. And then from over time, what happens is as the city receives that income, you're ever amortizing or accretion the overall book value, in a sense, the cost that the city utilized that ended up really realizing to par at the end if we held to maturity. So it's a metric that if you utilize simply cost accounting and you simply held positions to maturity, that's where you would utilize from a par value perspective. But because we are actively looking to improve the overall income for the city and will buy and sell different bonds prior to maturity, that's why par values and cost accounting is not utilized as a method for multiple cities, the majority of cities in California.
Okay. Councilmember Tanaka?
So I just want to thank Chandler because I'm part of the Finance Committee. And every meeting that we have, I thank Chandler for all the advanced stuff that they do for us, and they keep us solid. And the investments that you guys make us look so good. But I would just want to thank you for that.
Thank you, Council Member.
Okay. Just kind of echo what he said. I mean, you guys have been with us since 2018. I think it was one of the best decisions we made, bringing you guys on board. And like you said, $32 million, what you guys are managing in investments, $130,000 monthly. I mean, the numbers speak for themselves. So we appreciate being able to work with you guys. So, all right. Thank you again for that presentation. All right. Okay. So next up here on our agenda, we have item number 5D, which is our Gardena Events video presentation. You need a moment? Okay. While she's putting that together there, I'm going to do a little quick housekeeping here. So tonight, if you'd like to participate in our meeting, you can participate via the following options. A couple of ways. The first way is you can view our meeting live on Spectrum Channel 22 or online at youtube.com/City of Gardena. The second way to participate is prior to the meeting, you can email our Deputy City Clerk at publiccomments@cityofgardena.org by 5 p.m. on the day of the meeting and write public comments in the subject line. The third way is you can attend the meeting in person, as all of you are doing. If you have a public comment, the City Council will hear from the public on any item on the agenda or any item of interest that is not on the agenda at the following times. If it's an agenda item, at the time the City Council considers that item or during oral communications. If it's a non-agenda item, it will be during oral communications. And if it's a public hearing, at the time the public hearing is listed on the agenda. If you wish to address the council, please complete a speaker request form. It looks like this here, and present it to the City Clerk or Sergeant at Arms. If you raise your hand. You will be called to the podium by name when it's your turn to address the council. The City Council cannot legally take any action on any item that is not scheduled on the agenda, so such items may be referred for administrative action or scheduled on a future agenda. Members of the public wishing to address the council will be given 3 minutes to speak. We also have standards of behavior that promote civility at all of our public meetings. We treat everyone courteously. We listen to others respectfully. We exercise self-control. We give open-minded considerations to all viewpoints. We focus on the issues and we avoid personalizing debate, and we embrace respectful disagreement and dissent as democratic rights, inherent components of an inclusive public process and tools for foregoing sound decisions. So I'd just like to thank all of you in advance for your attendance as well as your cooperation. And with that, we have our Gardena events. Yes, here we go. Okay, very good. So next, we're going to move on to our consent calendar. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on anything on the consent calendar?
No, we do not, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Does any member of the council have any items that they would like to discuss separately? If not, can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar? Is there a second? Okay. Madam City Clerk, there was a motion by Councilmember Tanaka and a second by Councilmember Love. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Love.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Francis. Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, next we're going to move on to Planning and Environmental Quality Commission Action Sheet. The May 21st, 2024 meeting, which was the Environmental Assessment 16-23 for the Conditional Use Permit 9-23. It was a Site Plan Review 5-23 and Variance 1-23. The Planning Commission considered the request for a Conditional Use Permit, Site Plan Review, and Variance request to allow construction of a new public utility facility by the Los Angeles County Sanitation District, which includes construction of a new 4,000 square foot building with a height of 35 feet located in the general commercial C3 zone in the city. The project location is 1919, 1923, and 1931 West Artesia. This is a LA County sanitation project, District 5. At this time, does any member like to call for review? If not, we'll go ahead and receive and file. All right, so next up we have oral communications. We have 4 speakers. I'm going to start with Carlos Marquez.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Carlos Marquez. I think I'm a regular now here. And I'm trying to, move on to find a solution for my problem, which you guys, I think you already know. I've been talking to Chief of Police, but I think he's not the person to help me on my problem. He's got a lot of people that he's handling. I understand that. So I sure would like to see if you can give me another name, maybe somebody that's above the Chief of Police that maybe has more time to talk to me and help me out on my problem.
Okay.
Because I understand what he's going through. He's got the whole department for himself. So, he doesn't really have the time. It's not that he's a bad person or doesn't want to handle it, but I don't think he has the time for that.
Okay.
So who's above him? And I can probably get 10 minutes, 20 minutes with the person and show what I have, because everything that is done to me, I got paperwork. It's not just me talking.
Okay.
So
you've spoken with Chief Safel already?
yes, and he's been trying to help me, but I understand that he's a real basic person, and maybe somebody above him that could find a solution for this.
Well, I could refer you higher to our city manager, but to be honest with you, the best person to handle a police matter would be Chief Safel, because it's a little out of his purview. So city manager is the next highest person, but to be honest with you, you will get more information through Chief Safel. I can ask if you could be patient as he's working with you, and I know you're also dealing with another agency as well, because we're familiar with this now. Just if you could work with him and give a little time, because I guarantee you, not that our city manager can't do it, but this is dealing more on the police side there.
Yes, because last week he did send me some information, very helpful.
Okay.
Which I talked to the person, the name that he gave me.
Okay.
And it's the same thing. They don't have paperwork yet
Okay.
from here. So everything is stopped right here. If it doesn't move from here, nothing gets done on the court side.
Right, I understand that. And again, I would just ask if you could continue trying to work with the chief. Now, mind you, if that's still not working, there's always our city manager you can reach out to. But again, the chief deals more with the courts, with anything
Yes.
as it relates to police. So that is, Safel. If not, I can refer this information over, what did I just do with it? Right here, to our city manager. So we have all your contact information on here.
Yes, it's not that I don't want to talk to Safel.
I understand.
He's a good person, but the thing is, he's got a lot in his hands. I understand that.
Okay.
That's why I'm trying to, move somewhere else so I can just leave him alone and, let him take care of his own business, because I know he's got a lot in his hands.
Okay.
But if you want me to keep talking to him, I will. I ain't got no
That
problem.
would be my suggestion, because the city manager has even more on his hands.
Okay.
So-
Also, I just want to make a comment before my minute.
Your time is up, but real quick.
Well, this is for you and the city council. I don't know if you remember when you were still a city council just before Tanaka left, that you guys changed the ordinance on the mobile homes. We were trying to get rent control, but it couldn't be done.
Okay.
So you guys gave us a CPI, which is better than nothing, because we worked for something. And thanks to the city council at that time, that was when Medina was here. You were city council, Mr. Henderson was here. You guys did a lot for us thanks to that decision to change the ordinance.
Okay.
It made a lot of people to keep their homes. I'm one of them.
Okay.
So I'm very grateful. Don't think that I'm here talking about Safel or the police department in a bad way. The only thing is I'm just trying to get justice for myself for the things that were done to me. That's it.
Okay.
It's like I mentioned, I'm very grateful to the city council, and I know that I'm at the right spot for my problem that I have.
Okay.
And another thing, this lady right here, Mina. Mina knows me very good. She's a wonderful lady that helped us a lot. I mean, you know, she's always there trying to help us out in any way that she could. You know, giving us info or guiding us what to do or something. So I'm very grateful to Mina because she was there at that time. And I don't know if you remember.
Sir, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to cut you off because I would have to let everybody.
There was a lady, I don't know if you remember this, that she was a handicapped lady. She was in a wheelchair. And you kind of got sad of the story that she was saying. Maybe you'll remember.
Okay.
It was pretty sad. Even myself, I mean, I couldn't believe the things that were going on her park.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much. And I'll speak to Sofia. If not, I just go with the manager, with city manager. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Paul Randall.
Good evening, Mayor, Honorable Mayor, City Council, staff, residents. The Gardena Genesis Community Church, the motto states, loving God is serving the people. From the letter I'm giving you, we've been serving the community for 28 years until February 17th, and we closed. On October 5th, 2021 and March 13th, 2023, I reached out to city staff for help with our traffic problem. No response. January 20th, February 3rd, February 17th, our last distribution. Gardena PD and city staff stated no traffic issues. The 3 color-coded time slot distributions were successful with no traffic. Mama Rosa's met the requirements stated by the city of Gardena. Please stop saying that we were a traffic problem. That was solved. I still ask myself, why are we closed? There's 4 city council that I believe cannot see the benefit of our food pantry to this community. We've even had former military veterans that were clients that are now volunteers. Personally costs me thousands of dollars every year to keep Mama Rosa's open and operating efficiently. I pray to God every day that we have a councilwoman, Ms. Francis, to help us reopen Mama Rosa's, provide for this community again. I know we're not the YMCA, and I know we'll never be treated like the YMCA. It's been proven in emails. It does not stop us from reopening or trying to reopen Mama Rosa's food pantry. In 2023, we served 32,000 clients, 622,000 pounds of food. That means we obtained 50,000 pounds of food each month. This is personal. October 23rd, 2023, I had cancer surgery. My surgeon, who has volunteered at Mama Rosa's food pantry, told me, do not go to the food pantry. He asked, I still went because we have a community to feed. I have not missed a distribution for 4 years until this city council closes on February 17th. Pastor John Jefferson from Del Air Baptist Church in Hawthorne is working to bring all the churches in the area together to have a prayer meeting. I know the mayor and the city attorney both expressed concerns about our traffic. Every morning, every afternoon, students from Perry Middle School's parents block the parking lane, the driving lane, the middle turning lane, and children are running from the cars to the sidewalks, both sides. I've driven through it with our truck. I'll
let you go 1 minute longer because I let the other gentleman go. So
no, I'm almost done, young lady.
Okay, you 1 minute.
I would.
And it's mayor.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I would be concerned about a lawsuit from the traffic accidents from a student being hurt. Again, I'd like to thank you for your time and all your effort.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have Andrea Simental.
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, I'm Andrea Simental, the Community Library Manager at Gardena Mamie Deer here to announce upcoming programs at Gardena and Misao W. Sato libraries. Starting June 1st through August 11th, LA County Library celebrates reading, learning, and exploration for library customers of all ages with its annual Summer Discovery program. Customers interested in participating can sign up individually or as a family online at lacountylibrary.org/summerdiscovery or pick up a paper version of the game in person. At Gardena Library, taking place for children, Smarty Pants Storytime. Our current 6-week session is underway. Join us Fridays through June 14th at 10:15 a.m. Enjoy books, songs, rhymes, and movement while learning school readiness skills, and that's for ages 2 to 5. Art Hub Juneteenth celebration is on June 18th from 3 to 4 p.m. Juneteenth is celebrated annually on June 19th, remembering the day in 1865 when word reached the last enslaved people that they were free. Come together to paint and continue the tradition of art made in honor of this occasion, and that's for ages 5 to 12. For teens, on Saturday, June 8th from 2 to 3 p.m., we have our Teen Advisory Board. Teens will have the opportunity to voice their opinion and provide suggestions for new programs and services at the library while working with other teens. For adults, the next book club will take place on Saturday, June 15th at 11 a.m. The selection for June is Scatterlings, a novel by Resoketswe Manenze. That's for adults, and copies of the book are available at the customer service desk or on Hoopla. Find your Zen. Feeling stressed or anxious? Join us at the monthly Zen workshop. You will learn Zen exercises in motion and get a relaxed feeling through breathing and meditation. Zen has over a 2,500-year history. The practice is universal and non-denominational. Everyone is welcome. At Misao W. Sato Library on June 14th, there is a Play and Explore event from 11 to 11:30 a.m. It will be a morning of play, curiosity, and creativity, and will help children learn social and emotional skills and develop fine and gross motor skills. And that's for ages 0 to 4 with a parent or caregiver. Artie Loon Magic and More will take place on Thursday, June 20th from 4 to 5. Kick off the summer at the library with special guest Artie Loon for a fun-filled magic show, and that's for ages 5 to 12 with a parent or caregiver. And lastly, join us for I Discover Artivism. Explore your creativity in this art-led program with I Discover. Express your voice and stand up for what you believe in through art. Materials will be provided. Just bring your creativity. That's for children ages 6 to 12 with a parent or caregiver. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Sherelle Diggs.
Good evening. You all have wonderful smiles and nice new signs, it looks like. Are those new? No? Okay, well, there's new signs out on the streets that look similar to that, so they look great. I wanted to tell you that. Still working on the farmer's market, still working with Perry Middle School for the community garden, and hopefully, we're going to get the community access to that garden, which will help our seniors. We plan to deliver food. Maybe we can work with the churches to help deliver the food to the seniors. So that's the major plan. But I have a question. I noticed that in our proposed general budget here, that the police have a really big chunk. So my question there is that something that we citizens have any voice over? That's one. And then number two, is part of that budget and development of helping officers de-escalate things. You know, I think Gardena does a really good job. I never have a problem. I always see that you guys do a great job. But is there any part of this budget, instead of buying tanks, that we can work with the community a little bit better? Those tanks are expensive. I don't see why we need them. We're just a little small little city of Gardena, and that's just my opinion. I don't know how many other people, but tanks, I can see LA, but Gardena? That's all I have to say.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Diggs. And just so you know, Chief, if you can come forward at this time here, I want to talk a little bit about de-escalation. This is a little out of norm for us during oral communications. But in just about every city, the police budget is the largest budget because it is dealing with public safety. And at the end of the day, that is one of the most important things that you need in every city, because if you don't feel safe in your community, I hate to say it, but everything else almost doesn't matter. It won't be safe to go to parks. You won't feel comfortable going out and walking on the streets or being even worried about clean streets or if there's street cleaning if you don't feel safe enough to come outside. So making sure that we have enough officers, making sure that they have the necessary equipment to protect us is important. And I'd like to know if the chief, if you could talk a little bit about de-escalation as well as why certain type of equipment is necessary even in a little city like ours.
Sure. So a couple things. I'll start with the budget. The first thing is you'll be seeing a presentation tonight. And actually the piece of pie that the police department has been rapidly reducing because of the work of the council and the city manager and our PEPRA employees. It's reduced that significantly over the last few years. And then going back to the equipment that we do not have a tank. We have a Bearcat. It is something that provides cover for us. It's not an offensive piece of equipment. It's something that we can move up to like a vehicle or some other threatening location and put our officers in position to try and de-escalate using their voice, using loudspeakers, and not have to worry about taking fire from a suspect. Our officers are trained annually on how to de-escalate. Our emphasis on buying equipment are all pieces of equipment that allow us to de-escalate situations and try to use non-lethal force. We also have our GMED officer, who is our Gardena Hawthorne mental evaluation team that specializes in de-escalation people with mental health crisis. That training also transcends to our officers. We do a lot of work in that area. What I do suggest, though, to anyone that is a citizen in our city, is to go through our Citizens Academy. And there's one coming up. It's a wealth of information. And a lot of the things you see or hear in the media, which are twisted and not accurate, are dispelled. And why does a small city like us, why would we have protective equipment like that? Because crime sees no borders. When suspects are coming in, they don't know whether they're in Los Angeles or the city of Gardena, or we need to go and assist another agency. And that provides law enforcement in general with safety. So again, I think the most important piece of the message here that I'm giving today is that I really believe that our citizenry are an educated citizenry, and having the accurate information is imperative. And we offer a Citizens Academy from the police department to get that information.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you very much. And that was a great question you asked, and I think it gave a perfect opportunity so that our community can know a little bit more about why that part of the budget is a lot larger as far as how it protects us in our community, what we're doing as far as de-escalation and the necessary equipment. So thank you again for that question. Chief, thank you too for addressing it as well. Okay, with that, we're going to move on. Madam City Clerk, did I ask you, did we have anybody from the public? I don't think I did.
We received a written communication, and it was in after the deadline, and you all have a copy of it.
Okay.
And a copy is also made available at the entrance of the chamber here, and it will be read into the record.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so next we're going to move on to our departmental items here. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's for later. We're going to move on to our departmental items here. Item number 12A, which is the presentation of the City of Gardena's proposed two-year budget for fiscal year 2024, 2025, and 2025 through 2026. Thank you.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council. Agenda 12A is the presentation of the city's proposed two-year budget for fiscal years 24-25 and 25-26. I did receive a rather lengthy agenda report from Director Beeman, but rather than read all that, I think we just dive right into the presentation. I do have Director Ray Beeman here tonight to help us with some of the technical questions that's in the budget. I do want to commend and thank our member of the public for posting such a great questions. These are the kind of questions that we'd like to hear, because this is a 2-year budget, 2 years, 24 months, right? And it's going to be a long time in the city's timeline that we're going to be adopting these. If adopted, we're going to be adopting these budgets, and it's important for the community, residents, to be involved in the process. We do have, at the end of the presentation, we do have some information for you for our community forum. This is the venue where we really get down and explain the budget from a layman's perspective, and you can ask any questions you want. We'll be there to answer your questions. So again, this is for fiscal years 24-25 and 25-26. We do adopt a 2-year budget, but as you know, every year we re-adopt the budget because a lot of things can happen in 1 year. So even though we formulate and we come up with our projections on a 2-year span, we do re-adopt the budget every single year. So just because you have a 2-year budget, you're adopting it tonight, you're going to be seeing this tonight. Next year, you're going to be seeing it again and re-adopting the 25-26 budget. Our first slide would be our mission and vision. You've seen this before. We've had this for a very, very long time. And to sum it up, we got our organizational values, we have our community values, but overall, we just want to make sure that we have a consistent and continuous improvement in the city as far as being progressive. That's what we really want to see. And you'll see tonight, based on the numbers that we're going to be presenting to you as far as the revenues and expenditures, and most importantly, our CIP, which is the largest in the city's history. You'll see what we're doing here in the city as far as what we do with our money, what we spend on, and how we improved our facilities and how we improve our quality of life. Director Beeman will take you to the timeline as far as starting from February 2024. You want to say a few things about this? Sure. This is a lengthy process.
Yes, so, absolutely. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of City Council. So it's a long process. It's a 2-year budget, like our city manager mentioned. We start this in February 2024. We do a kickoff meeting with all departments so we can get feedback and give information to the departments for the timeline, which also talks about all our different funds, various needs, and what the organizational goals are. In March, the supplemental request, where if a department wants to request additional funding or additional positions, that is due. We also gather our revenue estimates, historical data, work with our consultants to gather all the revenue estimates. And then in April, we present these supplemental budget requests to our city manager, and as well as our CIP budget. And then in May, we just recently had our finance committee meeting. That's when we give an overview of our proposed budget. And tonight, we have our first review of our budget for the next 2 years. We will also have a community budget workshop next Wednesday at Nakoka. And then the last meeting in June, we'll be adopting our budget for 2 years. We also do quarterly finance committee meetings to review our budgets to see if actual compared to budget. And a mid-year review will happen in January 2025. So we're constantly reviewing the numbers and the amounts.
Just a quick overview, and this is really primarily for our community members that may have not seen the budgets before. We want to give you a primer as far as how the budgets work. Budget basics, basically. City's fiscal year is July 1st to June 30th. You'll see later on tonight in a later slide why the other special revenue funds have a timing issue. And we'll explain that because some of these funds are in the federal fiscal year, which is operated up on September through October. We do have a biannual budget again, and the city of Gardena operates in a 2-year budget cycle. But again, the budgets are readopted annually. So you have an opportunity to see the budgets again annually. Next year, you'll be able to change anything that you want to change. The general fund is the primary operating fund to pay for our city services, programs, daily operations for the city. The city council has complete control of the general fund. You can do as you please as far as the fund, the money that's in there. Program it however you like. We do have some suggestions, and we highly suggest that we don't deviate from those programs that we present to you. Enterprise fund is sewer and G-Trans. You have somewhat and full control of that, with the exception of federal funds. Then we have internal service funds. These are the funds that the city puts away for. These are pretty much called the rainy day funds for different aspects. These are computer replacement funds, equipment replacement funds, and liability and work comp, so on and so forth. And debt service funds, these are the funds that are set aside and used for repayment of our debt obligations. And then lastly, we have 82 special revenue funds. These are restricted funds. Unlike the general fund, the restricted funds it's what it is, restricted, and you can't deviate from how the funds are spent and how the funds are received. So we talked a little bit about financial challenges. We want to start that off just to get it out of the way. We do want to highlight that the city is doing well. We have quarterly finance committee meetings. We talk about how the city is doing well, but there are challenges that the city has on an ongoing basis. We refer to those as going or growing concerns. And one of the challenges that we have, and put that on number one, really is, we have a strong revenue base. We have, really good, diverse revenue base. But we do have some external factors that we need to consider. They really put stresses on operational expenditures, and we'll go through that one by one. And later on, you have an opportunity to ask questions about them, because I do want to stress that they are a real problem that we could be facing now or in the future. First one being the UAL. What is the UAL? These are the unfunded accrued liability on our pension fund, right? So when you have a discount rate or the expected rate of return of our fiduciary CalPERS that's holding the pension fund for the city, they have an expected rate of return, which is 6.8%. When that rate of return is not met through external market fluctuations and whatnot, that cost, that the losses that we incur is passed on to the cities. We have to pay for those losses. And if you don't pay for them, they become an unfunded accrued liability. As an example, in 21-22, CalPERS, through their investment portfolio, their return was negative 6.1%. So remember, the discount rate is 6.8%. The 6.1 is not 7 points lower. They went negative 6.1%, which means it's a very, very big loss for CalPERS. And in turn, you'll see that our payment to CalPERS has significantly increased because they are passing that cost to the individual cities. You want to say anything about the ULs?
Yeah, so we're going to go a little more detail in the next slide about this, and I'll kind of go there. So we did issue pension bonds. So in 2020, we issued pension bonds, and that saved us $51 million over a 19-year period. We also, at the same time, established a UAL fund, and we could have taken 10% in savings up to 40%. We chose 40%. So 40% of those savings we've been putting away for a rainy day and saving that in a separate fund. So we'll talk a little bit more about that later, but we've been saving the maximum amount in a separate fund, that 40%. And what City Manager Mr. Soro mentioned is the expected return for CalPERS is 6.8%. Every 1% they make less costs us $4 million over a 20-year period. And basically what that means, if they don't hit 6.8% in 26, 27, we're going to pay an extra $400,000. That's what that is. So basically it's $4 million extra each 1% they don't make, but it's spread over about 20 years. So the third year, because it looks out a couple years, it's an extra $300,000 to $400,000 the city has to pay for every 1% that they don't hit 6.8. So very volatile to making that 6.8. This here shows you the different market values in the returns in the bottom corner, the market value in billions, and how volatile, how the interest and 6.8% is.
One of the going concerns that we have is the LA County Fire Protection Service has indicated that their service cities that they would like to have the 20% subsidy that they've been paying on behalf of the city for the number of years. If you recall, the city had its own fire department for a while. And I believe in the 80s, we joined the LA County Fire. In doing so, we struck a deal with LA County Fire in such that we were going to pay 80% of the cost, and they'll subsidize 20% of the cost. They've now indicated to us that they would like us to pay 100% of the fire protection service, and they no longer want to pay the 20% subsidy. They have not indicated that they are terminating service with the city, so I categorize that as a going concern. It may or may not happen, but we do want to recognize that there is a $1.5 million per year additional cost-sharing difference that they are looking for. Now, that's open for negotiation. Whether or not we really have to pay the $1.5 million just remains to be seen, and that's why we call that a going concern, as there's challenges for the city. It's not quantifiable right now as far as being real, but we do have to be prepared if and when that actually happens. And then lastly, one of the biggest challenges we have is the potential casino legislations by the Attorney General of California. This is including SB 549, which means, as you know, a little background, we have 2 casinos in the city of Gardena. We play various California-style games in those casinos like Pai Gow, Blackjack, Baccarat, Texas Hold'em, et cetera, et cetera. The proposed legislation by the Attorney General is to do away with any Las Vegas-style gaming that's being played in the cities with licenses in California. That includes blackjack, Pai Gow, Baccarat, et cetera, which comprises really about 80% of the city's revenue and casino gaming. A very small percentage is the non-Vegas style gaming, which is poker. But if we were to lose that type of gaming, it means about $9 million per year to the general fund. Again, this is a going concern. It's not real at the moment. There are steps that we can take after, if and when that legislation becomes a reality. But the mayor is very aware of this legislation. She is the chair of our CCGA, which is an arm, it's a JPA that we have that really is out there at the forefront to fight the legislation of the Indian casinos that are putting pressure on the Attorney General to have this type of legislation to limit the number of revenues, amount of revenues the city gets from gaming. So here we have a slide that projects the 24-25 revenues. This is categorized by the type. As you know, we have the top 6 revenue sources in the city, which is sales tax, card club revenues, property tax, UUT, and VLFs. For this purpose, so that because of the length of this presentation, we're just going to concentrate mainly on the outliers out there that's really putting a spotlight on the revenue streams. Anything over 3 or 5%, I think it's good to look at. Sales tax, the biggest revenue source for the city, sales tax, and it's between 2 different types of Bradley Burns. This is your normal 1%, which is approximately 2.1% change positive, and then the sales tax of Measure G, which is 0.75. This was recently adopted a number of years ago. This is transaction and use tax. This is up 8.5% or $969,000. Card Club is a little down right now, down about 3.4%. I think it's attributed to Lucky Ladies gaming. there's an anomaly out there that some of the gaming might be going to a different club. But we've spoken to the management of both clubs, and they're working hard to make sure that they attract more patrons to restore the revenue stream that's being lost every quarter. Property tax, this is attributed to assessed values, right? Yeah, this is just assessed values. Property values going up, therefore the payments to the property taxes go up as well. UUT and VLF, these are just higher utility prices. You personally see on your bills, gas prices are going up, electric prices going up. So the city side is also going up 11.9%. VLF, this is just an increase in taxes on your registration on your cars. Those things you're seeing an uptick as far as the cost to renew your cars. It's becoming more and more expensive. And it's a function of inflation. Business license tax, do we have more?
Collection effort for outstanding licenses and better overall business production from revenue. Sure. And then franchise, TOT, and other taxes, that's increases in water rates, higher water fees. We'll see that on the other side in additional costs. So we get the benefit of the revenue, but we also have to pay the additional cost on the expenditure side. License and permits, small increase, minimum 4%. Fines and forfeiture, that is significantly down because of the payment plans for parking fines. So they can do payment plans, long-term payment plans, pay little amounts, and less staffing. We'll see that on some of the savings sides as well. So we'll see a little less expenditure side there, but a little less revenue. 57% intergovernment interest and other, that's up almost 800,000. We had a presentation earlier from Chandler. So part of that is higher interest earned from Chandler and higher interest rates currently, and also CAMP. So we're getting a lot higher interest rates right now and projecting for next fiscal year. 14 current service charges, more rec classes, more classes. Charges to other funds, slight decrease in charges. That's one small fund. And the big one down here is ARPA. So in 24-25, we use all our leftover ARPA funds. The reason it's down is because we thought we were going to use it all in the comparison, which is the 23-24 adopted year. But this is a reimbursement basis based on hiring, and we weren't able to hire all we could in the current fiscal year we're in. So a little bit more, we're going to use it all, everything, it won't expire, in the 24-25. Overall, 4.4 million above the prior year, or 5.4%. That's 86.4 million for the general fund.
Last thing I want to mention on the revenue side, if you see the change in dollars and change in percent, anything black is good, anything red is not so good, anything plus obviously is very good for the city's revenue. For the expenditure side, it's the opposite, right? Anything black means that you went over a little bit on your budget. Anything red, you did pretty well on your budget. So for the first couple of departments there, admin services and community development, went a little bit over. Did you want to?
Sure, I could talk about both of these departments here. Some of this is COLAs, increase in costs, medical, increase in training costs, leadership class that we just had. So all those we have to budget for and account for. The biggest one for community development is additional costs in animal control. So they've increased it by almost 120,000, and they just let us know recently. So that's a significant increase in cost that wasn't expected that we have to budget for. I'll let you take the next one, sir.
Well, the next one's our budget, the city council's budget and my budget, city manager's office. You can see, again, red is good, black is not so good. As you can see, we saved, despite of all the things that we do for the city, we still saved $30,000 over the budget, which is 1.2%, which is very good. Now, the elections is run through the city's elected and administration office. So in 25, 26, I want to primer you that although we did go over a little bit there, and you'll see later on, it is consistent of having an election year, which is approximately $200,000 per year an additional cost. We don't budget for that because we don't really know what the county's going to charge us on any given election. We just let it run and just let it run it over. Police, 41% of total budget. I could tell you that I've been in 2 different cities, and generally speaking, if you're in a city that is contracted cities, LASD, or any larger cities, the police budget really is higher than any other budgets in the city. 41% is actually very low. It's usually in the 55-60% range when you're in a city that's a little bit larger, or you're in a contracted cities like LASD. If you're in LASD, that cost jumps up dramatically. But in our city, we're at 41% of the budget, and it's going up a little bit, 3.3%, because we are hiring a couple of positions in the city. As you can see, there's 2 changes in the full-time equivalent. FTE means full-time equivalent in staffing. Public Works, 4.8% higher. That's because we're hiring about 1.7% FTE. And then Rec and Human Services, 30% change in the adopted versus proposed, and that's very easily explained. We are opening a brand new aquatic center in 25, and that's primarily the staffing, lifeguards, and different folks that are going to really run that aquatic center. So 11 additional full-time equivalent for Rec and Human Services. We're talking about non-departmental a little bit.
Non-departmental increase of 7.3%. That's fire and INSP. Next, debt service, deferred maintenance, internal service funds. These are our transfers. That's going down by 1.6%, or $188,000. Overall, we're going up $4.4 million to $86.2 million. That's 5.4%. So with a total increase in staffing of 14.7 full-time equivalent, primarily for the aquatic center. That's 11 different positions for the aquatic center. That's M&Os for the aquatic center, all various areas to run the new division.
Again, if you go back to, I'm going back one slide back, the revenue side. Remember Measure G, when we went to the general public and we said we're going to increase our quality of life, livability in Gardena, because of, we can add this 0.75% sales tax. This is what we're doing here in the aquatic center. We've saved a lot of money on sales tax and Measure G. Now we're spending it a little bit, and you'll see later on when we look at the overall city fund balance, it's going to go down a little bit. That's because we're spending some of that money that we've been receiving for sales tax and Measure G. So this is our summary. Black is good, red is bad, surplus is black, and deficit is obviously red. The projected beginning balance is $33.2 million. We're spending $6.2 million of general fund funds for the aquatic center. Our projected ending balance is $27.1 million, and our new percentage of expenditures as far as the fund balance is concerned is 32%. 25-26, we're not going to dwell too much of this because it's going to be pretty much the same as what you saw in 24-25. We do, generally speaking, when we project revenues, we do like to do like a 3 or 5% inflator on there just because of CPI. As you can see, generally speaking, we're going 3%, 3 to 4% as far as the increases year over year. Do you have anything to say on this?
So a couple of the red, the first one is we expect interest rates in 25-26 to go down a little bit. So we're reflecting that. We think the Fed's going to lower some interest rates. And by the time we get to 25-26, which is a little ways away, we think it's going to be less interest. So we're reflecting that here to be conservative. And then in the transfers in, the ARPA money is all spent. So we use all that ARPA money. That 1.3 million has been recognized the prior year, so no more ARPA money. We've already recognized all that.
These are expenditures for 25-26. As you can see, I mean, it's pretty much very similar to 24-25. Again, city manager's office and city elected and city manager's offices, we're up a little bit. This is because it's an election year. Otherwise, we'll be back in the red, doing, as projected, right? The only real difference here, again, is Rec and Human Services adding an additional 1.75 FTEs. This is still Aquatic Center. We're not fully staffing the Aquatic Center right on the first year because we know that it takes a while for things to ramp up, programs to ramp up, so we're staggering it a little bit and deferring some of the hiring that we're going to do because not all the programs are going to be starting the first year. General fund summary, very similar to the 24-25 summary. Beginning balance is 27.1 million. Projected ending balance is 27.2, which is 31% of expenditures. We also have the GTrans budget here for you tonight. For 24-25, GTrans is expected to generate and spend $36.6 million. These are primarily the reason why the budget is so large is because we're buying new buses, electric buses and whatnot, capital projects and miscellaneous stuff for GTrans. They are balanced for the first year and they're balanced for the second year. A little bit higher again on 25-26. Some of the purchases are going to happen in the following year. CIP program, we talked a little bit about the CIP program of the city. This is by far the largest CIP budget you're going to see the city has gone from inception. Some of the biggest things that we're doing are road and street improvement projects. And feel the difference when you're in Gardena versus if you're in a different city. The street index is really different. We're at 84-85%. Other cities are in the 60s. So we're spending about $30 million there. Aquatic Center, about $20 million. Park and facility improvement projects is throughout all the parks that we have in the city, about $10.3 million. Mas Fukai is getting a brand new building. As you know, that building in Mas Fukai is very, very need of repair. And we determined that it's better and more cost effective to tear it down and start fresh and install a brand new building. And that's roughly around $7 million. Sewer projects is $3.5 million. And then the miscellaneous projects, storm drain improvements, $646,000. And then you see the very bottom, the Rosecrans Community Center, that's the demolition cost for that building on Rosecrans. In 25-26, a lot of the budgets, a lot of the projects that we have must have been completed, and so the total project goes down a little bit. Again, streets and road improvements, $6.5 million, and then miscellaneous projects throughout the city will be about $3-4 million. This is the all funds for the city. In 24-25, our total revenues is $304.6 million in revenues, and expenditures is $319.2. This is not an unbalanced budget. This is not a deficit. It just means that we talked a little bit about the special revenue funds, and some of those funds are in the federal fiscal year. The timing is different. That's why we noted on there the difference of $14.6 million is for the timing of special revenue funds. We don't necessarily get the revenues in time for special revenue funds just because they're on a different fiscal year. Very similar to 25-26, revenues is $202 million, expenditures $207 million. Again, a timing difference between the different special revenue funds. It's just to highlight what we're doing here for the city. For our city facilities for public service, we're spending approximately $38.3 million, broken down as 19.4 for the Aquatic Center, 7 million for Mas Pukay, and 12 million in community improvements and upgrades throughout our parks and our community centers. And the other side of that, CIP is the quality of life in public infrastructure. We spent about $43.2 million on that, 36.5 million in street improvements. Again, when you're on a City of Gardena street, you know that you're on a City of Gardena street. And when you leave, you also know that you've left the City of Gardena. And then $6.7 million in storm drain and sewer improvement projects. This is just to give you a summary of what we're doing as far as staffing levels. This is by department, and then we have the 24, and then 25 and 26 staffing levels. Admin services, community development, and elected administrative offices, it's unchanged. We're not adding or deleting any positions. G-Trans is adding 6.4 FTEs. Police is adding 2. Public Works is adding 1.7, and Rec and Human Services is adding 12.8. Again, the number is large because, again, we're opening a brand new community center. Long-term forecast, we go back 5 years, we go forward 5 years. You know what happened in 2019 and 2020, COVID hit, really depleted our funds. But then we, through some of the things that we did in the city, revenue-wise and also expenditures, we bounced right back. We are at June 2024 at 33.2 million or 40%. And you can see in the next 4 years from 25, 26, 27, and 28, relatively flat. We maintain at $27 million or approximately 30% of expenditures. The red line that you see going through would be the council-directed policy as far as our reserves. So again, we talked about the budget forum. We'd like for everybody to come out and join us on June 5th, 6 p.m. at NACO Community Center. We are now also digital. As you see there, we have some, what is that called, a QR code? QR code. Those are active codes. If you want to go to our financial transparency dashboard, that's the one on the top. You scan that and it goes straight to the dashboard. And then the contents of this entire budget is on the second QR code. You click on that and you'll be able to download the proposed budget for the next 2 years. I know that's a lot. We thank you for your time, and we're open for any questions you might have.
Okay, well, thank you guys very much for that presentation. I know Councilmember Tanaka and I have already kind of heard it already from the Finance Committee, but I want to open it up to my colleagues if you have any questions or comments at this time. Anybody? No?
Yes,
okay.
Madam Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Francis?
Just a couple. Only took County 1A and 1B, so you kind of lost me there for a minute. But I thought that the reason for the pension bonds was to offset the UAL. It's not working, or it is working, or we're looking for trouble down the road, or what do we need to do about that?
So when we issued the POBs back in, 2020?
Mm-hmm.
2020. We were operating under the discount rate of 6.75, something like that, around 6.75. We had an opportunity for the POB. So we were at about $130 million in UALs. Now remember, the UALs is let me back up. When CalPERS designates an extra payment that you must make, okay, that says that, hey, we did not meet, I'm just going to use a 6.8% discount rate as an example. They come to you and say, City of Gardena, we didn't meet 6.8, we went 6.5, 6.4. We would like you to pay an additional $3 million for the next fiscal year. The city would then say, and this really happened a number of years back then, the city would say, we don't have enough to pay because you see the budget is very flat. I mean, you have like $200,000, $300,000 maybe in surplus. Back in those days, 20, 30 years ago, you'd be lucky if you have a balanced budget.
Well, we
So
were in the hole 20.
you're in the hole. So what you would do with that? What would you do with that $3 million? $3 million of additional payment that you have. All of a sudden, you're hit by a bill, right? So what you would do is you defer it. You don't pay it. You pay as you go, as what they did in the past. So that $3 million get added on. So if you compare that to your regular credit card, right? You get a credit card bill, you spent $2,000, for instance, in your credit. You don't have enough to pay the whole thing. Then you pay the minimum payment. That's what we were doing for all those years. We were paying the minimum. And we all know what happens if you only pay the minimum. The balance gets added on to the principal, and that the interest gets tacked on, et cetera, et cetera. And that's what happened in the past. We amassed about $130 million of UAL, unfunded accrued liability. And so the higher that number gets, the more payments that you have to come up every year. It's like a catch-22. So what we did is, and that's rated on a 6.75% discount rate. So you're paying an interest on that $130 million. So here comes 2020. We saw an opportunity and said, hey, we can save a lot of money by going on a pension obligation bond. We'll refinance that at a rate of, what is that?
Total interest cost. So basically, we took and refinanced our house. We were paying 6.75. We were able to refinance at under 3%. But then it still continues to change based on hiring new people. It kind of resets. And we did 90% of it. So 10% was still left. So we refinanced that, saved $51 million over that 19-year period, and able to put away a portion of that, but it still grows. And we're still chasing that 6.8 going forward. And when the market tanked, for lack of a better word, we have to pay that difference. It did really well the year before, but then it went way less, way under. That was under 12%. So it kind of keeps that growing. But we were able to take advantage and refinance at a way lower rate.
So the savings that we got for the, I'm sorry?
So the pension obligation bond didn't cover that, or we're almost covering that, or we still don't have enough because of fluctuations in hiring and interest rates and all this? Is that what you're telling us?
No, the pension obligation bond covered 90% of the then UAL. So we refinanced that, 90% went away. At a cost now of refinanced of, what is it,
under 3%
under
total
3%,
interest cost.
Right? And so we have that savings of $51 million for the next 19 years. What we're doing now is what we didn't do in the past. When we have, every year we save approximately $1.8, $1.7 million. We take 40% of that and we pay it, or we put it on a separate fund that the city has. When we have these anomalies that CalPERS does not meet the 6.8% discount rate, and they send us the bill, we use that money to help pay for those excess payments that we are currently seeing now. So are we out of the woods? For the most part, we are.
Yeah.
But then we don't know what the future holds as far as what CalPERS is going to earn on their investments, because we have absolutely no say on what they invest on. We just see either a bill or a credit. That's all we see.
Okay, but for now, we're good.
We are good for now.
Okay, that's what makes me want to know. And is there anything we can do about the increase in fire protection? I remember when we went from owning our own fire department, we went with the county, and one of the concerns was, will we always be able to pay the bill? With the county, what happens if the county increases the amount? So what can we do about that now? Because they are asking for more for whatever reason. So what can we do? Just pay it, or anything we can help?
So we're certainly looking into that. We're looking into ways to, if we don't go with LA County Fire anymore, let's say we move away from LA County Fire, we form our own fire department as one option. We can form a JPA with different cities, or we join an existing city that already has their fire department. We're still looking into that right now as far as which is the most cost-effective way of mitigating this threat, because it is a threat. Again, the 1.5 that the county is saying, it may or may not be the 1.5. We can negotiate that. Maybe we can lower down a little bit. So we're we're looking at ways in mitigating the threat of the 1.5, because very well be that it doesn't happen. If we leave, if we say that we're going to leave, they may reconsider. But we are looking at different options as far as what is the most cost-effective way to maintain fire protective services for the city, but yet maintain what we're currently paying right now.
Are we the only city that has such an arrangement?
No,
There are
all
other
of the
cities?
all of the cities that's within contracted with LA County Fire has the same situation.
Interesting. And last question, I really thought that when we passed Measure G and Prop 68, I thought that would take care of at least we were told that we had enough money to take care of the new aquatic center and Rosecrans and purchase that property and do something with it. Now we don't have enough money, or what happened there?
So if you recall, when we went to you with before the city council, when we said we're going to rebid the project, the bids that came in were significantly higher for many reasons, but the main reason would be inflation. Again, it's inflation. Costs more now to build anything. We rebid it, and we were able to lower it a little bit more. And so we're still moving forward with that, but it just costs a little bit more now to build an aquatic center. That's the bottom line.
So we're over budget, or we're going to...
It's over budget because the pricing went up, not because of our inadequate budgeting process. We went over budget because the pricing went up, because construction went up.
Okay, so...
And just to add, we are using Measure G to pay for that overage. That was that $6 million, so we're using Measure G funds to pay for that. That's our reserve balance, so we're using that reserve balance while still maintaining a 30% reserve level, using those reserves to pay for that difference for the aquatic
I
center.
remember somewhere around 15 million. That was the magic number, and but that's because inflation. That
Yes.
15 million has gone to the current value
Yes.
now. And so, what does it mean for our Rosecrans community center? I know we're doing a demo on that. It's being finally torn down. So, what is the projection for? building
So
that-
for
that
Rosecrans, if you recall.
so-called what we call Rosecrans Community Center right now. We may rename it, but
So if you recall that property that we purchased from Chase, we do not have any funding for that. We bought that, and we said that we're going to be looking for funding for that, but we wanted to secure a site for a future community
Right.
center. But we don't have any budgeted funding for that community
Yet.
center yet. We've received, I believe, $1 million from Congresswoman Waters, and that's what we're using for the demo, because we believe that, number one, for safety reasons, we don't want any, folks that are experiencing homelessness, taking residence inside the building. The building's red tagged.
it's an eyesore right now.
It is. So it's better to just level it for now, and then let's get ready and let's get prepared. If and when the time comes that we have the funding for that, then we can move forward with the new construction. We want to be able to demolish that right now. Not that we have the money now anyway.
And just one last question, that casino, is there anything, is it $9 million, I think was the number? That's a lot to...
So the $9 million that you see there is the projected losses that we would lose if, the legislation becomes a reality. Now, as we understand it, and the mayor can probably speak on this, with the CCGA attorney that we have, he explained to us that although it's a threat right now, there are steps that can be taken, appeals through the court system to essentially block that legislation, because it's not something that can be done overnight. So there's there's things that can be done through the courts that probably be able to block some of the actions that the AG might be taking prematurely.
Yeah, 'cause we're not the only city that has... are
So
there other cities?
any city that has gaming in their jurisdiction.
Small to medium size.
Small to medium.
Small to medium size for RJPA.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate your responses. Thank you, and thank you for Rose Budget. My goodness, that's a lot of work. Thank you.
And let me just add on, so it's small to medium-sized cart rooms throughout all of California that are going to be affected by this here. And so there's a lot of committees that it has to go through. We're meeting with a lot of elected officials by Zoom. I'll be making a lot of trips back and forth to Sacramento. And in the next couple of months, RJP will be meeting with the Attorney General as far as, telling them how this is going to affect our city, because that's a huge loss, not only for us, but just the trickle effect into the surrounding cities as well. So sometimes they just need to hear it from us individually, how it's going to affect us and hurt California. Okay?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I got a couple observations and just some thoughts. In regards to our fire protection negotiations, again, that's a growing concern. But because we're paying for the facility and we're doing all the deferred maintenance and all the maintenance, and in the negotiation process, can that be brought up? Because again, they own the hardware, but we actually own the facility and we're maintaining the facility. And I think our deferred maintenance cost probably exceeds the 1.5, that 20% that LA County Fire is requesting. Again, we don't want the negotiation discussion to be contentious. We just want to kind of make sure we bring that. I believe Hawthorne and a few other cities, and I could definitely be corrected if I'm incorrect, they actually own facilities as well. So for LA County, I think we can come together with some sort of solution in regards to that. But again, that just want to bring that up. But also what I notice is that we do great at the 10,000 foot level. At the community forum, we should figure out how we can show the operations of what the budget is. For instance, people are concerned about the public safety and the budget, but that's one of our functions that's 24/7, 365 versus Public Works or Parks and Recs or our department and everything. Public Works comes out when there's a storm emergency or something like that. So I think if we work to operationalize some of these costs for the community, it makes sense to them. Where, again, public safety's got the most expensive equipment probably next to Public Works, but they're always working year round. And so fuel costs, inflation is not helping us. Injuries are happening around the clock all the time. So if we can highlight that issue. And the other issue in regards to the differences, and I'm glad, again, we got our budget in brief that highlights the differences between the fiscal years. But also in our discussion with the community next week, we should talk about how even though we get our funding from the feds, October 1 to September 30, when we get a bill during that time, we can't tell the creditor or whomever, well, we got to wait for the reimbursement from the feds. We got to pay that bill because the bill is due. And therefore, that's the other piece of the difference. I think that we can always take it to the next step. But other than that, I appreciate that. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Love?
City Manager, you mentioned that the demo for the Rosecrans property was being paid for by the monies that Congresswoman Waters donated. I thought that money for the demo was coming out of a CBDG fund.
CDBG.
So I may be corrected. Okay. Probably CDBG fund.
Okay. And just kind of curious, did fire state why they're asking the cities to now pay 100%, knowing that the cities can exit if we got to carry 100% of the bill?
So what we understood from our meetings with the fire folks is that they were given a mandate by the supervisors and find it in your budgets. And so it's a low-lying fruit that, hey, they're paying, we're paying 20% of their fire protection. Let's get it back, and that's what was told. Essentially, that's what they told us, is because they were giving a mandate and they weren't giving any more funds, and they have to find it in their own budgets.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. If there are no other questions, thank you again for that presentation. And I guess we'll hear more about this in a month when we do the final, approve the budget. So, okay, thank you again. Okay, because we'll just be receiving and filing that for now. So item number 12B, Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 12B is an approval of Police Manager's Resolution number 6670, and the First Amendment to the employment agreement between the City of Gardena and Michael Safel. City of Gardena contracts with the California Public Employees Retirement System, or CalPERS. And service retirement is a lifetime benefit that is derived from key employment information. The city takes a serious role in working with employees and CalPERS to provide security for our members into retirement. The statutes and regulations governing reportable compensations are outlined in the California Public Employees Retirement Law, Government Code Sections 20630, 20636, 20636.1, 7522.34, and the California Code of Regulations, Section 570, 570.5, 571, and 571.1. In an effort to be compliant with current CalPERS reporting requirements, staff is recommending a change in compensation subject to the extent permitted by CalPERS. City Council provided staff authority to negotiate a change in compensation in an effort to solidify reportable compensation for employees. Due to the essential nature of the service provided by and the unique nature of their jobs, effective July 1st, 2023, police managers shall receive an additional 9.5% of base pay as management incentive pay. And effective July 1st, 2023, police managers and the chief will no longer accrue holiday hours with the exception of floating holidays. The estimated annual general fund expenditures of $43,250 is the financial impact. Estimated general fund expenditures in fiscal year 23-24 of $28,000, and an estimated accrued benefit liability stabilization fund expenditures for fiscal year 23-24 of $74,000. What's required tonight is to approve the police manager's resolution 6670 and the First Amendment to the employment agreement between the City of Gardena and Michael Safel.
Okay, thank you. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item?
No, we don't, Mayor.
Okay, does any member of the council have any questions or comments at this time? Okay, if not, is that a hand up?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, was that your hand up?
Yeah,
Okay, Councilmember Francis, go ahead.
Just a quick answer. So the holidays, no more accrued holidays? Is that?
So the overall accrual of 200 hours is taken from the police managers. I believe it's down to.
So it's it used to be 200 hours. Now it'll be 40 hours of floating holiday.
What's a floating holiday?
That's what we're going to give exchange, so they can use it anytime. It floats. Okay. So that will be given January 1st, and automatically cashed out any balance left December 31st, and that's not PERSable. So no longer accruing that 160 hours equates to an average of 9.5% manager's incentive pay. That's what's being exchanged.
Oh, and what's already been accrued will just be cashed out?
That'll be in a grandfather leave bank, which some is being cashed out now. The remaining will be in a grandfather leave bank and will be cashed out upon separation.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, if there are no other questions if I can get a motion to approve the police manager's resolution number 6670 and First Amendment to employment agreement between the City of Gardena and Michael Safel.
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay. Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Councilmember Tanaka and a second by Councilmember Love. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Tanaka. Councilmember Love.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Francis.
Yes.
And Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, next up is item number 13A. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 13A is a public hearing, resolution number 6668, approving a sustainable communities environmental assessment and adopting a mitigation monitoring and reporting program for this 1610 West Artesia Boulevard project, and public hearing resolution number 6672, approving site plan review number 7-23 and density bonus request for the development of 300 apartment units, including 17 affordable units in a 6-story podium apartment building in 1610 West Artesia Boulevard. Project location, again, 1610 West Artesia Boulevard. Applicant is the Pacern Group Incorporated. On May 7, 2024, the Planning Commission considered a request for a site plan review and density bonus request for the development of a multifamily residential housing project consisting of 300 apartment units including 17 affordable units in a 6-story podium apartment building with 1 subterranean level for parking in a very high-density multi-family residential zone. Additionally, the Commission considered a recommendation to the City Council to determine whether the project meets the requirements pursuant to CEQA, whether to approve the Sustainable Communities Environmental Assessment, or SCEA, and adopt a Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program, MMRP, for the project. On May 7, 2024, the Planning Commission adopted Resolution Number 11-24, recommending that the City Council approve the SCEA and MMRP prepared for the project, and adopted Resolution Number 12-24, approving the project, subject to the City Council adopting the SCEA and MMRP. On May 10, 2024, the Mayor and Councilmember Tanaka each filed a request with the City Clerk's Office calling the project for review. There is no financial impact. What's required tonight is to open the public hearing, receive testimony from the public, allow 3 minutes for each speaker, and close the public hearing. Staff recommendation for motion: adopt Resolution Number 6668, approving a Sustainable Communities Environmental Assessment, adopting a mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program for the 1610 West Artesia Boulevard project, and adopt Resolution Number 6672, approving site plan review number 7-23, and density bonus request for the development of 300 apartment units, including 17 affordable units in a 6-story podium apartment building at 1610 West Artesia Boulevard.
Okay, thank you. So before we open the public hearing, staff, we have a presentation? Okay, let's let you go ahead and do that before we open up.
Yes. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. So I'll be providing a brief overview of the project and the requested entitlements by the applicant. Additionally, we have here today our environmental consultants that prepared the environmental assessment report, as well as the applicants have also prepared a presentation that they wish to present before the City Council. So I'll try to keep my presentation brief to allow for all the presentations tonight on this matter. But if there's any questions from the council during my presentation, please feel free to stop me and let me know. So to begin, the site is a 3.43 acre lot. It's located again at 1610 West Artesia Boulevard, as shown here. The site is situated south of Artesia Boulevard, and to the east is the Artesia Square, a mixed-use development featuring 3-story townhomes and commercial buildings. And to the west is the Apollo Embroidery, an industrial manufacturer. The site is zoned very high density multifamily residential, or also known as R6, as well as the site to the west, also where the Apollo Embroidery is located. To provide you some overview in regards to the project, the applicant's proposal is to develop a 300-unit apartment building on the site, which includes, again, 283 market rate units and 17 designated for very low affordable housing units. The project features a 6-story podium apartment building with 1 subterranean parking level. And the units comprise of a mix of studios, 1 bedrooms, and 2 bedroom units. So the project features, in regards to access, features a drive aisle off of West Artesia Boulevard, a 2-way drive aisle. The building is meeting all the minimum setback requirements of the R6 zone, including a 10-foot setback from the front property line along West Artesia Boulevard, which includes a landscape buffer. And lastly, the 6-story building above grade, the building will be proposed to have a height of 84.5 feet. Shown here is the parking layout for the proposed project. So the project provides a total of 507 parking spaces, which includes 468 for tenants and 39 for guests, along with 79 bicycle parking spaces. There are 2 levels of the parking structure. The one shown here is the first level, which would be subterranean. And the second level will be above grade, So the first level of the building, as shown here, and will include additional parking spaces, storage, and the location for the long-term bicycle parking. So above the first level of the parking structure, again above grade, there are 5 levels of proposed stories for the 300 units and their proposed amenities. So the elevations here on display on top of the north side of the building, which features the pedestrian access along West Artesia Boulevard and the screening of the ground level, again with the 5 stories above the first level. In total, is 6-story structure. And here is the sides shown for the west and east elevations of the building, highlighting the variations in wall and roofline design, as well as the difference in materials used. Now, I'm going to be providing, so as mentioned, the part of the project does include some affordable units. So the applicant's request does qualify under the state's density bonus law for certain incentives, which I'll go over. So one of the incentives being that the project qualifies for an increase in density. The amount of density bonus under the law is set on a sliding scale based on the percentage of affordable units provided throughout the project. In addition to the density bonus, the applicant is entitled to a certain number of concessions, which is also set forth on a sliding scale. A concession is a reduction in site development standards or modification of zoning code requirements or architectural design requirements. And I'll go over what the request is under this in just a moment. In addition to concessions and incentives, the project under the state's density bonus law is subject to unlimited amount of waivers from development standards that would physically preclude the construction of the project to allow for that amount of density allowed. And lastly, as it relates to the state's law, the amount of parking requirements set forth in the state's density bonus law supersede the city's parking standards. So the parking requirements, if the project meets it under those standards, the project is shown to meet the city's minimum requirements. So first to begin, as it relates to the increase in density, again, the project is zoned R6, and it allows for 51 units to 70 units per acre, which would be actually, that's the wrong number. It's 240 dwelling units. And so because of the amount of the 17 units, 7%, it allows for a 25% increase in density, so which allows you to go up to the 300 dwelling units. And again, based off of the percentage of affordable housing units provided, the project is allowed 1 concession. But before going into the concession being requested, the applicant, again, is in accordance with the state density bonus law, does allow for a certain number of, or unlimited waivers to certain development standards that would preclude the project from being constructed. The first waiver being requested is in regards to the maximum height allowed under the R6 zone. Under the R6 zone, it allows for 75 feet maximum height. The applicant is proposing the building to be constructed at the highest point of the building at 84.5 foot from the finished grade. Additionally, in regards to storage, minimum storage space requirements, the proposal project in accordance with the state standards would be asked to provide for 24,000 cubic feet of storage space. The applicants are proposing to provide a total of 124 storage spaces, which total approximately 11,500 cubic feet of storage space. And lastly, in regards to massing, the city's under the objective standards, design standards would require variations in walls planes to a certain amount. And in order, again, to meet the minimum the allowed density, the project's design is endeavored to meet the intent of that design standard, but be providing for other massing breaks than what is required under the city's current zoning standards. So again, it's noted that each one of these waivers are necessary to allow for the applicant to develop the 300 units as proposed. And as mentioned, the project does qualify for one concession, and the applicants are proposing to request a concession in regards to recessed windows. The city's standards call for a minimum of 4 inches recessed windows to be surrounded by, or to be surrounded by molding. The project has provided to propose to have 2-inch windows recesses along the facades where feasible. Recessing the windows to meet the 4-inch requirement by the city would require double wall framing to the structure, which would add a substantial cost to the project. Lastly, as it relates to the parking requirements under the state's density bonus law, as shown here, based on the breakdown of the unit types, the project is only required to provide 347 parking spaces. And as noted before, the project is providing 507, therefore exceeding the minimum parking requirement. Next, in regards to the no net loss analysis, so this site, along with the adjacent site, also zoned R6 at the Apollo embroidery property, are identified in the city's current housing element for consolidation of parcels to develop a total of 380 dwelling units broken down into different income categories. But as stated, the project involves development of 17 affordable housing units at a very low income level, and the remaining 283 would be at market rate. So the 283 will meet the above moderate housing income units as identified in the housing element, but the project will not be satisfying the number listed for moderate and lower income households for the site. So under the state's law, no net loss law, the city's housing element must continue to include an inventory of land suitable and available for the residential dwelling units based on each category level. As shown in staff's report, there are still sufficient sites, because if you recall, when developing the housing element, we planned for more units in cases such as this one, where the project wouldn't be meeting the minimum, meeting those number of units identified. And lastly, before I hand it over to our environmental consultant, I would like to mention that, again, that the city's authority to deny housing projects or reduce the density of a project is very limited due to state law. And so as shown in staff's report, the project does meet all the objective standards of the city's policy documents, again, except for those as being requested under a concession or a waiver under the density bonus laws. So now I would like to bring up Rita Garcia, who helped prepare I wanted to go over, so Sustainable Communities Environmental Assessment, or SKIA, that was completed for the project. And so I'll ask that her presentation be brought up at this time.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. My name is Rita Garcia. I'm with Kimley Horn and Associates, and as Amanda mentioned, I served as the project manager for preparation of the project's CEQA, or California Environmental Quality Act documentation, which in this case was a Sustainable Communities Environmental Assessment. With me tonight is Kiana Graham, who served as the project's deputy project manager. So what does CEQA require? CEQA requires consideration of a project's potential significant environmental impacts, and it requires consideration of mitigation measures to avoid or lessen impacts. In the case of the SCIA, the Sustainable Communities Environmental Assessment, this was a type of CEQA document that was enabled through Senate Bill 375 that was approved in 2008. And the intent of that Senate bill was to align land use with transportation planning in an overarching objective to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. To qualify for Sustainable Communities Act assessment, there's a stepwise approach. First, is the project a residential or a mixed-use project? If it is, does it comply with the Sustainable Communities plan? If that does, then we have to demonstrate that the project is a transportation priority project, and that in order to qualify for that, it has to meet certain criteria, including a certain number of residential uses, the building square footage or floor area ratio, the density, the location of the project. Is it in proximity to a transit corridor or a high-quality transit corridor, I should say. In this case, the project did qualify under all this criteria, and so we were able to prepare a Sustainable Communities Environmental Assessment, or SCIA. So the project's environmental documentation began in late 2023. We began with preparation of the SCIA. We completed that in February of 24. That document was circulated for a 30-day public review period. During that time, we received 3 comment letters, which I'll address later in this presentation. And those became the founding part of what is the final SCIA. This final SCIA included the comment letters, the city's proposed responses to those comment letters, any necessary errata or modifications to the draft document that had been circulated, and a proposed mitigation monitoring and reporting program. So as was mentioned earlier today, there was a public hearing before the Planning Commission that occurred in May of 2024 of this year. And today we're at the second to the last milestone in the project's CEQA process, which is holding the City Council hearing. The final milestone in the project's process is to file a notice of determination, both with the state clearinghouse and the county, and that document will be filed should the project be approved on this evening. So the initial study, there's the SCIA included a checklist pursuant to Appendix G of the state CEQA guidelines. And in that checklist, we looked at 20 environmental resource areas. And you see an A to Z list of environmental resource areas that we did examine. Everything from aesthetics, agriculture, air quality, biological resources, geology, hydrology, noise, population and housing, transportation, utilities, and service systems. So our analysis found that of those 20 resource areas that we examined, the proposed project would result in no impact or less than significant impact for the resource areas on the left, which you could see. And that was determined through compliance with the established regulatory framework, or that the project would not result in any impact. For the 6 resource areas that you see on the right, cultural resources, geology and soils, hazards and hazardous materials, noise, tribal cultural resources, and utilities and service systems, the analysis found that the project could result in a significant impact. However, following compliance with the regulatory framework as well as the recommended mitigation, the impacts would be reduced to below a threshold of significance. So as I mentioned earlier, the SCIA was circulated for a 30-day public review period. During that period, we did receive 3 comment letters from agencies, from the Los Angeles County Sanitation District, Caltrans, and the County of Los Angeles Fire Department. So the final SCIA, as I mentioned earlier, was made up of all those comment letters, the city's proposed responses to those comment letters, and any necessary modifications or clarifications or revisions to the document that had been circulated, the draft document. And our analysis found that based on the comment letters that were received, as well as our proposed responses, there was no new impact identified. and the severity of the impacts that were identified in the draft document that had been circulated did not increase. So therefore, the findings of the draft SKIA remained appropriate and applicable to the project. And with that, as I mentioned, the last and final stage would be to file the notice of determination should the project be approved tonight. And we are here and will gladly answer any questions that you have. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing. And let me start here first with Madam City Clerk. I know I have a couple of people who are requesting to speak. Are there any more that have come forward?
And no, we don't have any more.
Okay. I know also that the applicant is here. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was just wanting to mention again that the applicants have prepared a presentation, and if the council would like to hear from them first before opening up to the rest of the members.
That's a good idea. Thank you for that suggestion. Let's, since the applicant is here as well, we will open up to the presentation before we just go to some of the comments here. Maybe that might answer some of the questions also as well.
Good evening, Mayor Serta, Mayor Pro Tem Henderson, and members of the City Council. Thank you for gathering tonight to consider our site plan approval. My name is Greg Nakahira. I've been a member of the Pasern Group for almost 3 decades. First off, we would like to acknowledge a few members of the city staff. Amanda Acuna, you have done an extraordinary job guiding our team and keeping everyone on track. We are very fortunate to work with Greg Sujuchi and Lisa Kranitz, who have been invaluable in managing this challenging process. And of course, Clint Osorio, who provides oversight and leadership. Everyone at the Pasern Group is grateful and thanks you for your expertise and efforts. And this is just an outline of what we'll be covering today. The Pasern Group is very fortunate to work with the best and brightest in the industry, which I believe reflects in the final submittal we have before you. Members from our consultant team are present tonight to answer any questions that might arise. The Pasern Group is a family office for Ken Pasern, who resides and established his company's headquarters in Orange County. Mr. Pasern is here today. The Pasern Group is unique in today's real estate community that relies on institutional capital to develop larger properties. The Pasern Group invests its own capital to develop, and we do not sell the completed property or flip the land once it is entitled. We couple this investment philosophy with becoming long-term community members in the cities we invest in. And through the Pasern Family Foundation, we give back to nonprofit groups in the city. This was a photo of the A1 Coast rental site, which has been in business since the 1940s on the northeast corner of Crenshaw and Lomita Boulevard. The Pasern Group completed construction of Kaya in 2020. If you walk the property with Mr. Pasern, he will point out all the things we did right, but also things that need improvement. He will often say our properties are a laboratory and we learn from our residents and take that new information and make changes to our newest developments. Our experience at Kaya revealed a large customer base that wants to live in the South Bay in properties with elevated design and premium amenities. They tend to be millennials, many of whom have a high level of discretionary income. This is the 1610 current use. We've been working on this for almost a decade now. We we used Kaya as the baseline for the design and finish level at 1610 Artesia and have made improvements which my colleague will expand on. Additionally, we have always believed that projects that contain affordability, if seamlessly integrated into the project, can be successful. And we have proven this. In addition, we believe it is the best method to start to meet the city's affordable housing mandate. I would like to introduce Erwin Yao, who is the president of TCA Architects, to discuss some of the project design highlights.
Thank you, Greg. Good evening, members of the City Council. Again, my name is Erwin Yao. I'm the president of TCA Architects. As a team, we are really excited about the project that we're proposing here. We've worked with the Pursuing Group now for over 10 years and have designed multiple buildings and projects in Southern California with a dozen more on the boards. What I think is really special about how they approach projects is that each new project needs to be an improvement from the last. As we design units, amenity spaces, and architecture, we are being challenged to make the latest design our latest and our best new design. I believe that's being reflected here in this project. Let me go over to the context map, but before we dive into the building, we always start with studying the overall context of the building. A little orientation here. The site here is highlighted in yellow. North is pointing up, and Artesia Boulevard is on the north side of the site and are really our only access point into the project. We study where we think is the best location for what we call the front door is. And in this case, we think it's going to be the left side of the site, which allows for a left and right turn car movement into the project. We also look at view opportunities in which helps us put the right units in the right places. We have views of downtown and the mountains to the north and views of Palos Verdes to the south. And of course, we consider our immediate neighbors, the townhomes to the right, and then the existing industrial to the left. Going to the ground level, the plan now is rotated to fit better on the page, and we have Artesia on the right-hand side. We have the main entrance into the project off of Artesia towards the top of the page. The first garage entry is mainly for guests with their dedicated parking in front next to what we call the resident hub. The resident hub is there located on the corner of the project, and it's going to be a mix of co-working spaces, mail rooms, and other resident amenities. The hub will also have a direct connection to the leasing office, which will be on the second floor. Further down into the garage as you come through the driveway is going to be a resident entry. That provides residents access to all of the parking on that level, as well as easy access to a ramp that takes them down to a lower level parking garage. Other amenities on this level include secured bike parking, as well as a dog spa. If we go up to one level, this takes us to the podium courtyard. The design here is 5 levels of residential units in a donut configuration with a large courtyard in the middle. The amenities here are colored in orange surrounding that pool area. We'll have a 2,700 square foot club room that will have a kitchen, multiple seating and dining spaces, as well as a private dining room. On the other side, there'll be a 4,000 square foot fitness and wellness space that will have state-of-the-art fitness equipment as well as spa amenities. And finally, one of my favorite amenities is a golf simulator room where you can reserve time with your friends for a virtual round of golf. If we go up to the upper level, this is the top floor. We've carved away a couple of corner units to put a 3,000 square foot roof deck and indoor lounge. The roof deck is located with views of downtown. We'll also get great sunset views from the west. This space offers both indoor and outdoor uses and gathering spaces, which we think are going to be used year-round. So let me take you on a virtual walking tour around the project. This is the main entrance of the project from Artesia, with the resident hub and a leasing office anchoring the corner. The roof deck I just showed is towards the top on the top floor, and the vehicular entry is on the right-hand side. The architecture of the project is a contemporary design with bold colors and materials that has different elements to articulate and soften the scale. We are incorporating brick on the ground level amenities that can feel grounded, like it's a building that's always been there, and then we're adding something new to that. Above that, we're using cementitious panel in a warm terracotta red color that starts to accent the corners, and you'll see us using that on multiple corners. And then throughout, we'll have metal balconies, metal louvers, and other overhangs that helps complete the design. The units on the corners will also have nice, big, expanded balconies. This is the other corner of the building on Artesia. This view of the project is probably where most people will see the project coming into Gardena off the 91 freeway. Here we also accent the corner units with enhanced materials and larger corner windows into the living rooms. On the upper levels, we raise the ceiling heights another foot and provide taller windows there as well. It's another way we continue to enhance the corner units. Along the south side, as we make our way around the building, this is the view from the southeast corner where you would see from the residential development next door. We are still applying different materials from the middle of the elevation to help articulate the building and making it attractive from all corners. And then finally, the final corner of the project is along the channel, in which we apply the same type of enhancements along those corners. But along the west side, we designed the middle section of the building with a base and middle and a top, and again, to help break down the scale. Going into the courtyard, this is where I really think the project really shines. The architecture on the inside of the project reflects the same ideas as the architecture on the outside of the building. We think what the residents see and experience is just as important, if not more, than what you see from the street itself. So in this shot, you see the fitness space on the background with a covered California room in front of it. This will allow for fitness classes to spill out to the outdoors. The courtyard space on the podium is going to be over 30,000 square feet with 2 pools, a spa, and multiple hangout spaces. And I think it's going to be a really nice amenities for the residents. Lastly, let me focus a little bit on the landscape of the project. What we put in between the buildings with the right flooring, the right ground material, plant palette, and activated spaces are just as important to the success of the project as anything else. The pool area is a resort and hospitality-inspired design with 2 different pool experiences. On the right-hand side, you'll see a quiet oasis pool with cabanas and shade lounges around it. On the left-hand side, a little bit more active, a 75-foot lap pool with an open deck for laying out in the sun or special event spaces put on by management. And then right in the middle, you have an oversized hot tub with a decorative feature backdrop wall. There'll be multiple areas to barbecue and cook and enjoy the outdoor dining spaces. Around the building on the ground level, there's going to be lush, layered landscape around the perimeter as well as along Artesia. We'll also use a variety of pavers and finished concrete on the ground to help signify different entries on the floors. And then throughout, we're proposing a combination of date palms and canopy trees to provide for shade and privacy. I think overall, we're proposing a project that should be a very nice place to live. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present the design. I'm here to answer any questions later on. For now, let me ask Greg to come back up and finish the presentation.
Thank you. These are some of the businesses that supported this project. One that's particularly interesting to me is AHTKY Insurance. They've been in business for 75 years. They're actually my insurance agent. But one of the senior founders of the company, his family member lives in our Kaya project. So they immediately got it. I grew up in Gardena, graduating from Gardena High School, Perry Middle School, and Denker Elementary School. I'm old enough to remember when Gardena had dairy farms. And the Meadow Park Dairy, which was a landmark drive-in dairy, that actually sat in front of a working dairy farm. The Artesia specific plan corridor was mostly undeveloped fields when I was in grade school. I spent countless hours riding my dirt bike with my friends in those muddy fields. The city of Gardena had tremendous vision in creating the Artesia Corridor specific plan. As you are well aware, it balances land uses that retain the city's large commercial base and valuable sales tax dollars, while providing much needed upscale housing that would attract young professionals. An early anchor to the corridor was the Tokyo Central Market, which is owned by Pan Pacific Holding International. That's a Tokyo-based $11 billion international company. The president of the company actually wrote us a letter of support. The store is a destination location for people throughout Los Angeles and Orange County, but that is also true for the entire Artesia corridor, which has become kind of a mini destination with its abundance of iconic restaurants and businesses. 1610 Artesia is the realization of the city's vision under the Artesia Corridor's specific plan, with new affluent residents who will patronize the many businesses and restaurants, keeping the sales tax revenue from leaking out to surrounding communities. What you do not fully realize yet is you are starting a relationship with Ken Bessern, who will become a community member in support of your great city. Just speak to the city leaders in Lomita and Cerritos, and they will tell you what he has done to support their community. In closing, I will say that I'm certain 1610 Artesia will become a landmark property for the new generation of Gardena residents, much like the Meadow Park Dairy was a landmark for my generation. We appreciate your time and attention, and our team's gathered here to answer any of your questions.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to open it up to public comments and just stay close by, so in case we have any questions for the architect or yourself as well. We're going to first start here with Ray Lawson. And then after that, it will be Stephen Donahue.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members. My name is Ray Lawson, and I'm a representative of the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. We have over 4,000 members right here in the South Bay, and hundreds of our members that live in the city of Gardena and the neighboring cities of Hawthorne and Inglewood. We support a developer that uses a responsible contractor that will pay the area standard wage. Which, what I mean by that is a livable wage, one that will allow the people that are building a project like 1610 be able to pay for rents, be able to handle inflation, everything that's going on in the city and in the world, being able, when you pay them a livable wage, they're able to take care of their families. And that's what we support. We support a developer that's willing to do that. We know in the past, the developer hasn't done that on some of their projects. The project in Lomita, we're talking about bringing in workers outside of this area, outside of LA County, workers that may not even be from this state. So we support a developer that will do that, that will hire a contractor that will ensure that this happens. We also, the developer, when you bring contractors that are not accountable, that don't have transparency, the taxes that are not paid to the city of Gardena. This city of Gardena suffers. We just heard presentations on the budget. When taxes are not paid, when you use irresponsible contractors, the city doesn't get its taxes that are able to pay for the police, able to pay for teachers, EMT, and so forth. So we wish you would consider that in making your decision, because the people that build this project want to ensure that they have a future, that they're able to take care of their families, want to spend time with their children, and so forth. And when you ensure that this can happen on this project, then Gardena wins, everyone wins, labor wins. So all we ask that you consider this for the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Stephen Donahue, and then after that, we have Michael Beternick.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Stephen Donahue. I'm a member of the Western States Carpenters. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters and the 4,000 members that live here in the South Bay. We support a developer that will use a responsible contractor that will provide health care insurance for the people performing the work and their families. Healthcare or medical insurance is important because we know that the people performing the work will become ill and their families will get sick too. A contractor that provides medical insurance for them protects the worker's family. In this way, they don't become a burden on the public health system and are able to ensure that their families receive the best health care possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So next we have Michael Beternick, and then after that we have Evelyn Alvarado.
Good evening, council members, mayor. I'll apologize in advance for leaving this to the last minute. I didn't know about this project until very recently, last week in fact, so I apologize for that. And I apologize, it's become very apparent that this is the first time I've done this, so apologize for that in advance. I actually am a millennial. I am one of the people that they're trying to attract. I am the future generation of Gardena. I just bought a house here a few years ago, and I'm pretty sure I couldn't afford to live in their project, as it is very upscale. But my main complaint about it really is that it is too large. My wife and I moved here 3 years ago from, well, into the South Bay a couple years before that, specifically to escape places like Culver City and Santa Monica that were just too dense. A housing project like this looks pretty good on paper, but in reality, the incredible density of it leads to a lot of problems regarding traffic, crime, and just overall noise and stress. It got to the point where it was untenable in Culver City. I think my record was parking an eighth a mile away and walking late at night. Crime increased and various other issues. So I understand, I'm not naive, I understand that we do need more housing and all that, but one, I think it should be a little more affordable, but mainly it's just too big and there's not enough parking for it. I live right across the street and I know from experience, all of that parking, all of that excess will come right into our neighborhoods, making it difficult to park next to our own places, making it less safe for my wife to come back at night, having to park very far away. So that is why I would strongly oppose this project as it sits. Not entirely, but as it sits. I think it should be smaller, not quite as high, and not quite as dense. And I would ask upon this council to oppose it as it sits and go back to the drawing board and maybe make it a little more realistic for the area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Evelyn Alvarado.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. My name is Evelyn Alvarado. I am a sixth period apprentice, concrete carpenter. I am currently working for the Metro Purple Line extension. And I am here with my carpenter brothers. I am speaking on behalf of Western States Regional Council of Carpenters, where we have over 4,000 members in the South Bay. We support a developer that will use a responsible contractor with an apprenticeship program in place of its new and young workers. Apprenticeship programs give young people an opportunity to learn valuable training in the crafts that they will be working on. This training allows them to develop the skills necessary to become journeymen and able to take care of themselves for the rest of their lives. The training apprentices review while in school, keep them updated on the latest safety procedures, and they'll know how to be safe while on the job site. When apprentices learn to work safe, this cuts down lost time injuries and increases work productivity. Apprentices programs are the gateway for young people starting off in the construction trades and enter into the middle class and secure a solid future. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so at this time, I want to open it up to city council members for any questions or comments. We do have a lot of people here who could answer a lot of different things, from the applicant to our staff here, CEQA, anything that was raised already. So are there any questions or comments at this time? We'll start on this end. Councilmember Francis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So with the 300 units, about how many people would you guesstimate would, in terms of people living, actually, let's say all the units were full to capacity, how many people, would that be like roughly 300 more people or twice that amount, or?
Hi, Council. My name is Kiana Graham with Kimley Horn. I helped prepare the SKIA document. Our analysis estimated that 810 people would result from this project.
810 more people, and I understand that there are 507 parking spaces will be made available for 810 people?
That is correct.
Okay, these are just things, and so was there any consideration on the impact it might have on our infrastructure? Because 810 more people, that's, I don't mean to be crude, but 810 more flushes, toilets being flushed, so, and sewage and all that. So are you responsible for taking that into consideration? That's solely on the city?
Yeah, give me a second, 1 second. Cool. So the SKIA analyzes one of the 20 topics that was analyzed as utilities and service systems, and as part of that, we analyzed the wastewater generation and the capacity of the existing wastewater treatment plant and the sewer lines that exist, and we found that the existing infrastructure has plenty of capacity to support the project.
All right, thank you. Thanks for your response.
Okay, any questions on this end? Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a question for
Oh,
staff.
I'm sorry, hold on 1 second. Let me let the applicant just answer.
So our developments are not typically designed for families with a lot of children. They're for young professionals. And so our average number of people in a unit's like 1.7. So our number is closer to like 500 people. And that's really how our properties operate.
Much. I guess my concern was when I heard the comment that it wouldn't have any impact on air quality or parking. It certainly will. And anytime you increase your population, there are going to be certain impacts that are, for the most part, unavoidable. So that was my concern. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this question is for staff to kind of drive home my point, reiterate my point about the importance, and to my colleagues as well, the importance of local control. So if staff could give us a reminder in regards to what RENA is, why we're responding to it, and give us some detail about the Housing Accountability Act so we can educate ourselves again as well as the community.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The RENA is the Regional Housing Needs Assessment. Every 8 years, the city is required to do a housing element. The numbers come down from HCD to each council of governments. The council of governments, in this case SCAG for City of Gardena, then distributes those numbers among all the local jurisdictions within the SCAG region. Gardena's regional housing need assessment number was 5,735 units, broken down between very low, low, moderate, and above moderate housing. When we went through the housing element, we identified what were called the inventory sites, which are the sites we were required to identify that would accommodate all of the different housing units at the various income levels, along with about a 20% buffer. For exactly the reason that you see here, that the projects don't actually develop the lower income levels that were accounted for. So we had to have extras so that we could still meet our RENA numbers. This site and the site to the immediate west were the two sites in the city that received not an overlay, but an actual change of zoning to the very high density R6 zoning level, which is a minimum of 50 and a maximum of 70 units per acre before any density bonus is provided for when they provide the affordable housing. Does that answer it?
That answers part of it. Now, could you
With the other-
remind us about the
the
Housing
Housing
Accountability
Accountability
Act? And why that's
Um,
important.
That is the government code section that basically provides that the city cannot deny a housing project that meets the objective standards that are set forth in the city's code. And this project, as the staff report indicated, does meet everything except for those sections where they were getting waivers or a concession. So under the Housing Accountability Act, there's very limited circumstances where the city can deny the project. It has to make a finding by preponderance of evidence that there'd be specific adverse impact on the public health or safety, and a specific adverse impact is a significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified, written, public health or safety standards, policies, or conditions that existed on the date the application was deemed complete, or, and there's no feasible method to mitigate or avoid adverse impacts other than disapproval or requiring that it be built at a lower density. As indicated by our environmental consultant on the SKIA that was circulated, there are no significant and unavoidable impacts in this project.
Thank you for that, Ms. Kranis. And the reason why I wanted you to lift that for us is, again, to my colleagues, we're all part of other bodies and agencies and everything, and we really need to start talking about the benefits of local control and what we can do in our communities. Right now, Sacramento has taken a lot of control out of local jurisdictions' hands, and so therefore we're subject to different things to make them more suitable for our community. In this case, we have some residents that are concerned about the height, the density, or whatever, but because the Housing Accountability Act is in effect, we then now have to kind of work with that. Again, local control is something that we really should be striving for as municipalities to make sure we can craft the organization or the communities that we would like to see. So I just want you to highlight that as well. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Do you have a question? Councilman Love?
Thank you, Mayor Serta. This is for the developers. What do you consider very low income, the income amount being for a very low income unit?
Councilmember Love, the income levels of very low, low, moderate, and above moderate are based on the median income levels in Los Angeles County. And I believe lower income is very low. I'm sorry. Yeah, very low is 50% of the median income. And so for each county, it would be different.
Okay. And what would be the average market rate that you guys are going for the regular units?
We haven't yet set our rents for our market rate units, but I could give you kind of general ranges. So our studios are going to be in the low to mid 2000s, and our one bedrooms are going to be in the upper 2000s to low 3000s. And our 2 bedrooms will be in the mid 3,000s to high 3,000.
What is the square footage? I know it's in the report, but just off the top of your head, what's the square footage of your studios?
515.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Tanaka.
Thank you. So I didn't hear anything about, I noticed you put bicycles into this project. So are you allowing for some type of bicycle safety from your apartments to on our Artesia? Because that's a pretty busy street.
I'll speak to the standards that that the project was meeting. So in regards to bicycle parking, so this was a new development standard that was implemented when the new housing overlays were established. And so they require for one long-term bicycle parking space for every 4 units, and then a certain percentage for guest parking. So in total, they are required to provide 79, and they are providing those within the project. In regards to the question on any bicycle infrastructure as connected to the project, there's none being imposed on the project per any of the city's policy documents. The city does have is part of the master bicycle program with the overall general area of the South Bay, but it does not call for any bike lane installation along Artesia Boulevard in front of the subject site.
Okay, I guess the only reason I'm asking is, isn't it like a 10-foot setback?
There is a 10-foot setback along Artesia, or the sidewalk. So, so 10-foot buffer with landscaping. There's guest bicycle parking, and then the long-term parking is on the second level within the parking structure. And so they're secured in the structure.
Yeah, okay, so I guess my only thought was if we're trying to entice millennials that don't have cars, we should entice them by having some type of a safety factor there, because they will be going to the restaurants and the businesses along Artesia, and that would help them maybe feel a little bit more acceptable there. And that's just my thought.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And then along with what Councilwoman Love just said about the size of the units and the cost of the units per month, that's not just for the rental of the space. That includes all the amenities that go with that, correct? So you have a full gym, swimming pools, cabanas, well, somebody said something about a golf thing, but all that comes within that. So basically, everything that you need is within that facility at that price. Okay. Plus a
Okay.
dog wash.
Okay, and a dog wash, okay. Couple of quick questions I have. Can I start with Lisa first? Lisa, as far as our arena numbers, 5,735, where are we at so far with that, with the current development? Do you have a rough estimate based on what we've completed?
In the staff report on page 23, where we did the no net loss calculation, we had credits for ADUs that we anticipated at 20 per year about. We had site inventories, which were the identified sites. With the surplus, we've not had a lot of projects come in. We are not alone in the South Bay or in California in this situation. For a while, if you remember during COVID, we were getting lots and lots of housing development. The market's turned, the interest rates have gone up, prices have gone up, developments drop. So actually, except for this project and the 2 specific planned projects, there's no residential development
No, I
projects
meant like
in the
actual
city.
numbers as far as.
So the numbers, so right now, what I'm saying, we really haven't satisfied that much of our arena. 17 units for this project on very low income. I think there are about 7 other lower income units that have been approved
I see.
in the city. So
Okay.
24.
And what's our deadline that supposedly we're supposed to reach the 5,735?
So SCAG is now looking at, it. You're supposed, we don't have to reach it. We have to make the sites available
Okay.
to do that. But SCAG, and I think Jennifer Hernandez, who is counsel for the applicant, is one of the leading experts in the state on this issue and can certainly help me out here. They're now looking to see what we're doing on a yearly basis and if we're meeting our quotas. If you're not, or our allocation for that year. If not, then we are known as what's called an affected city, and we're subject to what's known as SB 35, where projects can come in without environmental review. Am I saying that right, Jennifer? More or less. If we're not meeting all of our yearly numbers.
Okay. Okay. Well, that kind of gives me a better idea here. Okay. Well, thank you for that. Couple other quick questions I have from Mr. Nakahira. So as far as this project's concerned, I know it was mentioned that potentially 800 people could be there, but you estimate about 500. Based on some of the other projects that you've built, and I know you mentioned that these are more towards people who are not so much families and so on, what's been the practice that you've seen over the years? Because you mentioned once you open these properties, you guys hold on to them. You're not flipping them, selling them, et cetera. So can you tell me your experience from your previous projects? Either one.
I trained him.
Oh, okay, well.
So I, in apartment years, I'm about 120 years old.
Okay.
'Cause I started working for a family business when I was 7. First of all, about the number of units. The SCIA has to measure the maximum possible occupants, from an environmental perspective. It's our experience that roughly 50% of the units have 1 occupant and 50% of the units have 2, maybe a little bit above 2. So it averages roughly 1.5, 1.6 per unit. 300 units, you're looking at 450 to 500.
Okay.
What was the other question?
I don't know. Sorry, I forgot. I apologize. Well, I think you pretty much answered as far as, I'm sorry, based on your experience from your other properties, that's what you're seeing the average is?
Yes.
Okay, with those. And so in your decision to choose to come to Gardena, I mean, based on what you built in Lomita here, Gardena, I mean, is it because Mr. Nakahira, I guess, grew up here, or why this particular site? I mean, this is a very different type of project that's coming to Gardena, very different than any of the others that we've had in the past.
Right. So we love the South Bay.
Okay.
Greg runs our business here, and we love the South Bay. It's a good, solid community, stable people, stable communities, and there's a lack of housing here. We love this site. We've been working on this site for 10 years. We're a long-term investor. We don't sell. We're fortunate not to need outside capital, so it's all self-funded. But we tend to pick communities that we want to be a long-term owner in and not buy a site from a broker. The Stein family has owned this site for how long?
3 generations.
Yeah. And they were interested, but it took 10 years to really partner with them. One of the Stein family members will be in the ownership. He'll own 10% of this project, so the owners of the existing project will stay in.
Oh, okay.
And we believe in your city. We believe in what you're doing here. We think it's a great piece of land. We like the community. So again, just like in Lomita, at Crenshaw and Lomita Boulevard, we picked that site because we thought the city would be okay with us doing a project there. And in fact, when we were getting that project approved before their city council, they said, you picked the place that we feel is commercial, you picked the site that we think is appropriate, and then they supported it. We've had just under 20 projects that we've entitled in the last 10 years. We've had one dissenting vote at Planning Commission or Council. And we're proud of that because we take the time to understand the community, meet with the stakeholders, and really try to do the right thing because we're becoming a member of the community. It's an old-fashioned way of doing it, but it's how we were taught, and it's how we do it.
Okay, I see. One of the things I like about this particular location is the fact that everything is walkable. There's a market across the street. There's one right around the corner, Tokyo Central. There's Albertsons. There's restaurants right down the way. And I think it was great that you got letters of support from those local places there. But as it relates to the parking issue, one gentleman who got up and said that they're concerned that parking may spill over across the way there. So as far as, do you anticipate in some of your other locations where your parking has been filled to the max, or because you're dealing with millennials, they like to ride their bikes or Uber, things like that? What's been the practice that you've seen at your other locations?
We park more than anyone that we know. We typically have one parking space per studio unit, 1.5 per one bedroom, and 2 parking spaces per 2-bedroom, and guest parking spaces. So if you count the spaces that we have, and I think the total is 507, if you count the spaces that we have, you can apply those ratios, and it's our experience that it is actually very well parked. We do that because we don't want to have any negative impact on surrounding communities. We want our residents to park in our property. So it is, I can't think of one project that we own where residents are having to park on the street.
Okay. Well, I know it'll also be hard to park on Artesia because there is no parking there.
That's right.
And so I guess for myself thinking, the obvious place might be right around the corner at the market there or something like that. So because of the way your project is made there, you don't anticipate any issues with that? No. Okay.
507 spaces, Mayor, for 300 units is a lot today.
Okay. And so one of the other questions that came up as it related earlier to as far as local hire and so on, as it relates to the people who are coming in and doing the work, do you guys have apprentice programs like that as well? I mean, within your different contractors and things like that you work with? I mean, just so that, they too are safe in building, because that was one of the other concerns that came up. You want to make sure that there's safety on your site. How do you address those kind of issues there?
So we act as the general contractor.
Okay.
We subcontract. We have a company called Pacern Construction Company. We subcontract with all of the major trades. We use many of the largest and most reputable subcontractors in the state. Davis Framing is the largest framer in the state. Parks Plumbing, largest plumber in the state. So they're very reputable. They have all of those kinds of programs.
Okay.
We're also open to bidding any subcontractors from the local market. We try to do that
Oh,
if people
okay.
are qualified. So we make every attempt to use local suppliers, local subcontractors. We don't eliminate any possibility. If there are subcontractors that are qualified, we will use them.
Okay, well, that sounds really good. How long do you anticipate a project like this taking here?
24 to 30 months.
Okay, and do you anticipate as far as any interruption as far as traffic down Artesia, because that is one of our most busiest streets there? I mean,
I think it's a large site.
mhm.
We can manage everything on site.
Okay,
So we don't think, other than when there's a period of time where you're working on the sidewalk, that's a minor disruption.
okay,
But for the most part, we don't anticipate major disruption.
okay. Now, the other part you mentioned earlier, that with all these different projects you built, you guys have become part of the community and different things like that. Can you tell me a little bit more about some of the other places where you've worked with cities and what type of?
Yeah, we call it our Giving Back program.
Okay,
Cities they've invested in us. In Cerritos, that was the first city that we did in this area, and it was the first entitled apartment project in 38 years. And when cities trust us in that way, we want to give back. So I have a foundation that I've had for about 25 years now. We have something called a Giving Back program.
mhm.
And if there are charitable causes that the city is passionate about, like in Lomita, for example. Lomita, by the way, the deal that we did at Crenshaw and Lomita Boulevard, it is actually the first apartment project entitled since the city was incorporated. And they wanted to do a little city park in the center of town. Our foundation funded that. There are so many examples of in Cerritos where we're funding there. We help fund their Performing Arts Center. We had during COVID, they wanted to have a Santa Claus, a sleigh, so they had a truck with a sleigh, and they gave toys to the kids. And Art Galucci would call me and say, "Are you willing to support?" I would always say, "Of course." But there are more organized programs as well that we do on an ongoing basis, as well as those things that happen here and there.
Okay,
It's just it's part of our philosophy.
okay.
You folks are investing in us. We have to do a good job. We have to make sure that we are benefiting your city. And in addition, we want to stay plugged in and be a member of your community. It's kind of the way things were done 50, 60 years ago.
Okay, I see. Well, let's transition a little bit to the actual project itself. Can we just pull up the screen that had like the rendering on the front side? I just want to talk about that just a little bit. I don't know who's got the clicker. Yeah, well, any of those there. So the project here, as you're going into it there, so it's mainly one entrance in and out. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that was sufficient as far as fires?
I'm sorry, you're talking about the vehicular.
Vehicular, I'm sorry, yes. Going in and out. And so fire didn't require that you had to have a separate entrance or anything going in there? I mean, a secondary one, the only one was sufficient?
Yes, it was sufficient. The plans were reviewed and approved by LA County Fire.
Oh, no, I know they're approved by them, but I know usually they'll say like, their recommendation is a second one or something to that effect. That's why I was wondering, only one entrance in and out on one
Because-
side?
Can you go to the site plan? Can we go to the site plan? If you look at the site plan, fire feels confident that they can service a fire from around the entire building.
Okay.
Frankly, these buildings are really only at risk for fire during framing, because these are fully sprinklered buildings.
Okay.
When we have so we just rebid our insurance for the next 12 months. They're not concerned about fire. They're concerned about water damage, because when there's a fire, the sprinklers go shh, and all of a sudden we have water damage.
I see.
So the fire is out in a second, and the reason our insurance premiums go up is water damage, not fire. But fire felt like this was adequate because you've got a fire road that is around the entire building, and they can service the fire on the what is the east side of the building from the project next door.
Oh, so it's wide enough then for a fire truck if they had to get around? Because I think the backside is what, the flood control?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I understand a little bit better there. And so as far as, can we go back to the initial picture, I think, from there? I mean, I like how you chose like earth tone colors there because I think it kind of goes with, you know, the current buildings that you see down Artesia. I love the landscaping. I don't know if I saw anything as it related to lighting as far as how well lit this project will be, because that's always something that's really important as well. Can you speak to any of that?
It'll be, our buildings are always nicely lit. This particular front building will be very light because you'll have the light from the inside emanating out. But we don't light it so much that we're disturbing residents.
Okay.
Because they don't want that ambient light shining in their bedrooms. We have little things like, we have, of course, shades. We have blackout shades in the bedrooms. We have, by the way, we're the only developer I know of that puts blackout shades in the bedroom and lighter shades in the living areas.
Blackout shades, like Vegas shades, like blackout, like that?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
Like,
You know what I'm
like just the
The shades in Vegas, you know, where they black out if you're trying to sleep during the daytime.
But, so it'll be well lit.
Okay.
For safety purposes, it'll be well lit. But again, there's a fine line between that and creating ambient light for the residents, and all of a sudden they can't sleep because the lights, you know, come
Okay.
into the
And so I want to talk a little bit about the inside amenities. So I noticed the pricing, and I know places cost a lot. I mean, studios, one bedroom, you know, you're spending $2,000 easily, if not more. But as far as the amenities on the inside of these units, I mean, tell me a little bit more about that, please.
Our objective is that you won't need a club membership.
Okay.
If you like to work out, this is state of the art. So you don't need that kind of membership. So the experience is, when you walk in, can you go down to the first floor? So when you, no, go down to the right there. So that's something that we call a hub. When you walk in there, you walk into a person who's going to greet you. Not a concierge, but a resident relations person. And behind that resident relations person is the mail area. And that is done so that every day when people get their mail, they can be greeted. How are you, Mr. So-and-so, Mrs. So-and-so? And then you walk to get your mail. On the other side is a cafe and a business center, because today we have an increasing number of remote workers and they need a place to work. So you have a cafe and a business center. You walk upstairs to a sales office. And then if you're a prospective resident, you go on a tour. You see a clubhouse that is really quite pretty, with different private dining room that you can rent for small parties. The entire room you can rent for larger events, whatever your event is, whether it's a wedding or a bachelor party or bachelorette party or something like that. We put that on the pool to create that indoor-outdoor feeling. On the other side is the fitness center with a true wellness area with locker room, sauna, cold plunge. The kids love these cold plunges today, cold plunge, and showers and lockers. So we joke when we're designing these projects, I know when I walk out of the house in the morning, I don't want to come back. Because if I come back, I can run into a problem, which is going to make me late for work. It's going to make me, the problem meaning my kids are not off yet, my blah, 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 the dogs are there. So all of a sudden I'm like, I lose an hour. So when somebody leaves their apartment and they want to go to the fitness center, we give them the ability to not have to go back to their apartment, right? There's a locker room, they can just take their stuff, work out, take a shower, get ready, go to work. If I come back in, I'm walking the dog. Before I know it, I'm walking the dog. I'm doing everything, so I don't want to go back. I want to be off to work. So that's the purpose of the wellness center and the fitness center. And the pools, it's really a pretty area. You've got a fitness pool off of the fitness center. You've got a quiet kind of play pool on the other side, but a quiet pool on the other side. It's a very lush courtyard.
Okay.
It's resort-style living.
You were leading to my next thing, because I noticed, I think I've heard it a couple of times, is mentioned the experience. And when I hear experience, I think in terms of resort.
Right.
And so that's the impression I'm getting. The experience will be resort-like.
That's what it feels like.
Okay.
I'm a little embarrassed because nobody was laughing when I said, when I leave, I don't want to come back. So I hope I'm not the only one that experiences that.
I'm sure you're not. You're not, I'm sure. Okay, well, I think I'm kind of having a better idea of that. And so as far as inside your units, are they air conditioned? I'm just curious, just a little, air conditioned heating, things like that. We had another project previously that, they had full kitchens in there, it had a refrigerator, stove, things like that. Are your units coming like that as well? Same sort of things?
Very, very high level of finish. Hardwood flooring, upgraded appliances, very high level of
When you say appliances, refrigerator, stove, things like that? Dishwasher?
Microwave, dishwashers, washer and dryer.
Washer and dryer? Oh, okay.
Some have laundry rooms. Some have their own laundry rooms. Some do not. But
Okay.
you always have a very nice washer dryer with cabinetry. It's a very high level of finish. These are condo spec.
Okay. Well, the pictures, it looks great from the previous project, from the limited one, and every unit has its own balcony as well. Okay. All right. I think that's all that I have, unless, do you have a question? Councilmember Love?
Yes, thank you. Going back to the parking, are the parking spaces assigned, or they're just there free parking?
They're assigned.
They're assigned, okay. And then speaking to the construction contractors portion of this, I know we can't, in the past, in your past developments, what percentage of local hire would you say you used?
We haven't identified exactly what percentage is local hire, but we do use, all the subcontractors are headquartered in Southern California.
Okay, so, I know he referenced a lot of the contracting companies that you guys use as far as subcontractors, and that's great. But I'm speaking in reference to local hire, meaning not Southern California, but maybe South Bay. So I know it's your option, but would you guys consider doing a program where you can maybe lean more towards the local hire to satisfy some of the labor issues that's going on?
Yeah, like we said earlier, we're open to any and all subcontractors, and as long as they can be competitive and they can perform for us, we're entertaining everybody.
Okay. And the last thing, I'm impressed with your project. I'm loving everything that I'm seeing, even the level of the project. Are you guys considering any other locations in Gardena?
Not yet. We have a one at a time kind of philosophy. We don't want to we want to walk before we run.
I mean, and when you
But-
look at the pricing for the units and you look at all the amenities, you know, you guys do offer a lot. And the fact that you guys are not flipping the property is also something that I'm impressed with, because we have a lot of developers that are coming in, purchasing, developing, and then selling, and then off to the next city. But you guys do offer a lot of amenities, and the project looks amazing. I love the fact that the building is not just a square with a little bit of pushback here and there. I do like the fact that the units have the balconies, because I'm big on that, because we don't have a lot of green space. And to have a building that big with that many units, people may need to just go outside and get some fresh air, and you don't want to go all the way downstairs to do that. So I love the project, but I have to advocate for our local hires, because that is what keep the cities and the municipalities and the funding going through our cities. So I will.
Let me give you a more thorough answer on that. We are truly open to hiring qualified subcontractors, and we don't limit that. But you don't want us hiring people who are not qualified.
Correct.
Because if they're not qualified, 24 to 30 months building is going to become 36 months or 40 months, because when you see a project, and I grew up doing this, and maybe maybe other people don't feel this way, but when you see subcontractors performing well, it is like an orchestra. It's like a symphony. They coordinate so well, and it's honestly a beautiful thing to see if you have the eye, if you know enough to see it. So it's important to pick the right group of subcontractors so you have that coordination, you have that symphony, and you don't have disruption. Having said that, so we have those kinds of relationships. But having said that, they hire locally, believe me. They need labor, they hire locally, they're here locally. So it's happening all by itself.
You know, I often hear the word qualifications questioned, and I would tend to believe that we have qualified contractors in the South Bay. And I mean, I understand the whole relationship with the people that you're used to working with, and it all flowing together, and it makes it a beautiful development. But looking at it from the city's perspective and how it benefit us as well as the development benefits the city, when we hire local and we buy local, then it's even better for the city. So I know that we can't mandate that, but I would ask that you guys consider that in moving forward with this project.
We do.
Thank
and
you.
we will, and we do. So.
Okay. Councilwoman Francis?
Just one quick question. It occurred to me when I heard you say that you hire reputable contractors and subcontractors. Now, to the best of your knowledge, the contractors and the subcontractors you're hiring, they're involved in like labor disputes or wage issues or judgments or anything like that. They're all above board and totally transparent. Right. So you're hiring good folks that support prevailing wages and
right.
Okay.
The gentleman who runs our construction company, his name is Len Moreau.
Mm-hmm.
He's built more apartments in the state of California than anyone alive. And it's because he worked for the Irvine Company,
mm-hmm.
and he did tens of thousands of units for them. He has tremendous experience. He has tremendous relationships. He's a very
responsible guy. We're lucky to have him. He's been with us for 9 years, and he's just a great builder. Professional, knowledgeable, just a great builder.
All right, thank you. And because there's a located transit, it's transit priority on this particular project as well. So because it's transit oriented, we have to go on it. Green lighted. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have any questions for the developer. I just kind of have a comment for staff. We should probably think about, as far as the community education piece, as we talked about arena numbers, density bonus, by right, SB 35, I think our community needs to be made aware of what these things are and what we're bound by. For instance, we do a budget form, we do a community forum, different things like that, but we don't do anything around community development. Usually when our planning commission has a meeting, it's just the project, but nobody knows about all these other things that we're bound by as a city, as a governing body. I just would like staff to think about what that looks like to have a community education piece around this topic. So when we're in a situation like this and folks like, oh, we don't want the project and different things like that, we understand that in spirit, but the letter of the law states that we have to take certain actions. And although we don't like it, this nice project, but we don't like it, I think we just need to make sure we communicate that clearly to our community. So that's just all I wanted to add. But I do appreciate the amenities of this facility, this development. Everybody's got a balcony, so there's some free space to be around. I think it's going to be an economic generator for the businesses in that area, and maybe we can work on building a bridge across Artesia Boulevard so folks can get to El Pollo Inca as well. I'm not sure. I'm just throwing that out there, but that's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. If there are no other questions or comments, I just want to say I've driven by the Lamita property, and I think that one looks really great. Looking at that off of Crenshaw there, so I know ours will look probably good as well if this gets approved tonight here. So with that, I'm going to close the public hearing, and at this time, excuse me, I'm looking to get a motion to adopt resolution number 6666, approving a sustainable communities environmental assessment and adopting a mitigation monitoring and reporting program for 1610 West Artesia Boulevard project, and adopt resolution number 6672, approving site plan review 7-23 and density bonus request for the development of 300 apartment units, including 17 affordable units in a 6-story podium apartment building at 1610 West Artesia Boulevard. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there, okay, excuse me. Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Councilmember Tanaka and a second by Councilmember Love. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Councilmember Love?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Henderson?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis? And Mayor Serta?
Yes. Okay. All right, project's been approved. All right, so next up is item number 13B.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 13B is a public hearing, consideration of the proposed 50th year CDBG action plan, annual action plan for fiscal years 2024-2025. On May 7, 2024, HUD released the final 2024-2025 CDBG annual allocations, allocating a total of $616,463 to the city. The 2024-2025 action plan proposes to allocate the $616,463 of new CDBG funds and approximately $756,115 of available prior year CDBG funds for a grand total of $1,372,578. The action plan identifies the following CDBG activities and allocations to be implemented during the 2024-2025 fiscal year. CDBG administration is $103,292. Fair housing services is $20,000. Youth and family services $92,469, and residential rehab program at $1,156,817. Staff recommends that the at the conclusion of the public hearing, the City Council approve this action plan for fiscal year 24-25 as presented or as amended by council action as a result of this public hearing. Should the City Council elect to provide staff with an alternative direction, a substantial amendment will be prepared and presented for City Council's approval. Fiscal impact is CDBG budget for fiscal year 24-25, $1,372,578. What's required is to have a public hearing, allow 3 minutes for each speaker, and close the public hearing. And staff recommends for motion to approve the annual action plan for fiscal year 24-25 as presented or as amended by council action.
Okay, so no presentation on this one here tonight, but Greg, you are the point person. So at this time here, we're going to have a public hearing, excuse me, on this here. And public hearing is now open. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Does any member of the council have any questions or comments as it relates to this? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The question I have for staff is in regards to the housing program and the rehab program. How do we vet the contractors for that portion of the program? And do we intercede in the negotiations between the applicant and the contractor? So there's three of us in the conversation, or we leave it up to the homeowner to work with the contractor? Because they may not be as savvy to deal with some of these contractors.
Yes, good questions. And I do have our consultant here who actually administers our program for us, and she can kind of go into the details as far as how we assist the applicant, go to RFP, and they award the bid to certain contractors, and then the process of us assisting the owner in project management.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. There were a couple questions, I think, to address the question about the contractors. We do vet the contractors and determine that, one, they're licensed and insured, and they're cleared through the SAMS verification process. And in terms of assisting the homeowners and obtaining the bids, we do actually schedule a job walkthrough with the owners, the contractors, and our program inspector to go through the work description and allow for questions or any kind of clarification on the scope of work, and then provide a time frame, usually about 2 weeks or more, for bids to come back. So we do invite a number of contractors. A minimum of 3 bids are required for each of the projects before award.
Who defines the scope of work, the homeowner or us?
It's a combination. So the owner does provide in their application what they're intending for the program to cover in terms of the improvements. And our program inspector meets and conducts an initial inspection of the property and will prepare a scope of work based on the owner's feedback.
Now, in regards to that scope of work, who can change the scope of work?
So based on the amount of funding that's, provided under the program, we have an internal estimate in terms of how much the work is going to generally cost. And so the owner does have the discretion. They ultimately are provided the scope of work, so they approve it before it goes out to bid. Otherwise, and if there's any changes, the owner has to go through the owner for approval first.
And my last question in regards to that, how do we prevent contractors from taking advantage of the homeowner and saying, oh, well, while we're here, we can do this or we can do that? And they're like, oh, okay, not understanding that now they have to pay for that work. How do we guard against that?
So prior to actually signing the agreement, we do hold a pre-construction meeting at the owner's property and go through the terms of the agreement, which specifically state that there are no deviations to be made, outside of the scope of work. And if there were, then those would be arrangements made directly with the owner and contractor. So we do provide some clear guidance as part of that pre-construction meeting.
Okay, so now you brought up another question. So if it's between the owner and the contractor, but the owner doesn't have a funding for the work that they've agreed to, does the contractor then have the ability to put a lien on that property? And then what happens with that? City, we're out of it at that point, or what?
So the city is not necessarily a party to that agreement. The agreement is between the owner and contractor. The city serves as the funding agent and will make payments directly to the contractor only after the owner has approved payment. And when that does occur, when the work is completed and there is a payment request submitted along with the contractor's invoice, they are required to submit a conditional lien release in order to pay for the work completed.
So you bring up another question. So how do we prevent, and this is probably more Greg, how do we prevent these owners from getting in over their head when we agree to a project or they agree to a project and then there's something else that happens, there's asbestos or something, can't think of it. Oh, we need to take care of that too, but there's not enough funding for that and it hasn't been approved, so now that's a change order, for lack of a better term. How do we prevent the homeowner from doing that and entering into that agreement?
So based on that initial inspection, we're actually trained to identify whether that work item will trigger lead and or asbestos testing. Anything built prior to 1974 for purposes of lead, we are required to test the property for lead and asbestos, contamination. And so if, let's say, they wanted to do painting, we would be required to test the property. And once the test results come back, that report would be incorporated into the scope of work as part of the work. And again, we would not award that contract if it's beyond the amount provided under the program.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments here?
I had a
Okay,
question.
Councilmember Francis.
Under the youth and family services, it mentions support services to help folks to prevent homelessness or at risk for homelessness. Is there any, does that include case management or supportive services? When you talk about supportive services, you're talking about case management or any type of counseling for our young people? And so you give them canned food and dry goods and baby wipes, but what about anything else? Is there anything else a part of that program? Or is just...
So specifically for the portion that CDBG is paying for the youth and family services, the food pantry component is what's going to be covered under CDBG. I know that program encompasses more of like what your question is as far as like case management and other homeless prevention type services. But that's outside, or I should say over and beyond what the CDBG program will pay for.
Okay. And with the handyman fix-it and the residential rebate programs, I understand there were income limits of who qualify. Now, how are those based? Are they on like 2024 income limits, or what was once upon a time way back in the day?
Yes, they're based on current income levels. As of right now, the 2024 income limits have not been released by HUD. We expect that to be released within the next month, but we're basing the income limits off of the prior year. But once the new income limits come into effect, we will obviously immediately use those limits. But just as a reference, I know that it's been a question in the past in terms of like a extremely low household of two, the limit would be $30,300, but it could go up to $80,750 for a family of two, considered to be moderate income.
Okay. And I had one more question as I was reading through. I'm trying to find the page. I think it was on page 34. It starts talking about homeless people, and then there's something that's called less. people. I was trying to figure out who are the less people, or what are they, or how do they, it just says less. Was it a typo?
It may just be, yes, it may just be, it should have probably read homeless.
Yeah,
or
it was in several
homelessness.
places. Let me see if I can get to, I don't want to take up your time, but if I find it again, I left my notes at home, but they're like, it just said less. I thought, well, what's a less? And you think that's just a typo? Does that have an impact on what we're doing here, or should it be changed, or?
We can certainly update and revise that and prior to submission to HUD.
Yeah, it's, yeah, I would, because it just, where is it? If I find it again, I'll send it to you, but just talk about less. I thought, what's a less? All right, thank you. So you think that's associated with homelessness or homeless?
We'll definitely take a look at that and revise it before it is final, like the final draft will go to HUD.
All right, thank you so very much.
Okay. I have a question. With the residential, the rebate program one, so you guys still always do like health and safety, fix that first before you start fixing any of the other things that's requested by the homeowner?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. So once again, as part of the initial inspection, the health and safety, code violations, there's an order of priority. And in fact, the exterior improvements take precedence over the interior improvements as well. So.
I see. Okay. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, if not, we're going to go ahead and close this hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If I could get a motion to approve the annual action plan for fiscal year 2024 through 2025 as presented or as amended by the City Council. City Council action.
I'll move it.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Henderson and a second by Councilmember Francis. Will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Francis.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Love.
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, next up is item number 13C.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 13C is consideration of a contract with SPCA LA for animal sheltering and services. Since 2021, the city has utilized the services of the LA Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, or SPCA LA, for animal sheltering and services. For the past 3 years, staff has had the chance to fully evaluate their services and has been completely satisfied with the services provided. The SPCA LA has been both accessible, shelter is located in Hawthorne, and responsive in assisting our animal control division. On May 1st, 2024, SPCA LA notified staff that monthly service fees would increase from $10,330 to $19,300, and daily holding of animals beyond the initial 3 days would increase from $50 to $100 per day. This monthly service fee increase is largely due to a significant increase in animal intake numbers. In 2021, the animal intake number was approximately 485, and it has since increased to approximately 890 annually. Besides the LA County Carson Animal Shelter, other agencies with competitive rates such as SEAACA or SIACA and the Humane Society either do not service the area of Gardena or do not have the capacity to take on new clients. Financial impact, the general fund proposed budget, fiscal year 24-25, $225,000. In 25-26, another $225,000. What is required tonight is approve the contract within the city and SPCA LA for a 14-month term beginning June 1st, 2024 through August 31st, 2025.
Okay, thank you. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Does any member of the council have any questions or comments at this time?
Just one quick
Councilmember
one.
Francis, go ahead.
I'm trying to remember. Is this a no-kill shelter?
That's correct.
That's correct.
That's one of the reasons that we approved
Yes,
again
that's
with.
what-
All right, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? I have one quick question. So I noticed it said it was an increase here, and I know, well, the amount doubled here, but are they counting things like coyotes, things of that nature, or is this just people just lost dogs, or they're letting their dogs out, or cats, or things like that?
It could be any type of animal. So they just, animal's an animal, whether it's a cat, dog, coyote,
Coyote.
very rare coyote. But
So even in a situation like with a coyote, you know how like we're not supposed to, I mean, you're not supposed to take them out of the area. They're supposed to kind of stay within the area or something like that. So if they wouldn't be sheltering something like a coyote, right?
No, I think in my career, I've seen one city be able to capture a manged, very sick coyote.
Okay.
But I've never heard of a shelter being able to shelter a coyote. But I think what you're talking about is like raccoons or possums.
Well, that too.
Yeah.
Because we're starting to see more of an increase. Well, we're hearing more of an increase with the coyotes, and everybody has all these sightings on all of the social apps. So I didn't know if they were counting those, and that's partially why our numbers are, why it's doubling in that sense there.
I think a lot of it is during COVID times. If you recall, everyone was at home and the shelters were nearly depleted. Almost all the animals were adopted and everyone was happy.
Okay.
Things changed in 21, 22, 23, where if you watched the news recently, they're overcrowded shelters right now. People have returned dogs, unfortunately, or just let them loose. And so that's why we're seeing a lot larger dog population in our communities.
Okay. All right. Okay, Councilmember Love.
I know the housing has an impact, or I should say less housing. People having to move in with other people have an impact on the surrender of dogs. And it's so bad that the LA County is considering, or I believe they've already adopted a program where they're paying people to foster dogs and cats now. And so I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but if it's something that, yeah, there are actually, because it is getting out of control. And I do believe that a lot of it had to do with overbreeding of certain dogs, such as the Frenchies, were the popular dogs. And then, like you stated, everybody got a companion during COVID. And so now that we're back to normal, or the new normal, the surrender of dogs are out of control. So I am grateful that we are choosing to go with the ASPCA, which is a no-kill shelter versus the county. But yeah, just to put it on your radar that the county is offering to pay people to foster dogs like they do foster kids.
Okay. So if there are no other questions, excuse me, or comments, then can I get a motion to approve the contract between the city and SPCLA for a 14-month term beginning on June 1st, 2024 through August 31st, 2025?
So moved.
I'm sorry, who said that? Who said it? Okay, so we'll pick Francis, Madam City Clerk. Motion's made by Councilmember Francis and a second by Councilmember Love. Will you call the roll?
Councilmember Francis.
Yes.
Councilmember Love.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka. And Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, next up is item number 13D. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 13D is consideration of a five-year agreement with LA County Animal Control for animal control-related services. The City of Gardenia's previous 5-year agreement with LA County Animal Care and Control is set to expire on June 30th, 2024. Although the city has moved away from utilizing the county for sheltering and other facility services, the city maintains a contract with the county for on-call as-needed field services. When needed, the county is able to assist with animal cruelty investigations, off-hour emergency responses, and assist our own officers during specific animal hoarding cases or when responding to extremely aggressive animal or dog calls. For the past 3 years, on average, the city utilizes approximately 1,200 of services per month, or 14,400 annually. Estimated general fund expenditures of approximately $14,400 would be budgeted annually, or $72,000 over a 5-year period. What is required tonight is to approve the 5-year agreement with LA County Animal Care and Control for animal control-related services.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item?
And no, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Does any member of the council have any questions or comments at this time? No? At this time, can I get a motion to approve of the 5-year agreement with Los Angeles County Animal Care and Control for animal control-related services.
So moved.
Okay, a motion was made by Councilmember Tanaka. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, a motion was made by Councilmember Tanaka and second by Councilmember Francis. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Francis.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Love. Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, next up is item number 14A. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 14A is to approve city-related towing services contract extension with RSD Tow Inc., DBA US Tow Gardena for the period July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2027. Staff has received a request from RSD Tow Inc., DBA US Tow Gardena for consideration of a contract extension and rate increases pursuant to the terms of the franchise agreement. Upon satisfactory completion of the current contract, the City Council, at its discretion, may extend the contract for up to 3 additional years through June 30, 2027. During the term of the current contract, US Tow Gardena has provided satisfactory services. The current rates have been in effect since July 1st, 2019, and requested increased rates will be effective July 1st, 2024, which will align current rates with the changes in the Consumer Price Index from 2019 to 2024. In addition to annual rate increases starting July 1st, 2025 are being requested for approval to keep rates in line with the Consumer Price Index. These annual increases are capped at a maximum of 3% per year, subject to the increases of the CPI for all urban consumers in the Pacific area. Staff has reviewed the petition and is hereby recommending that the City Council approves extending the current contract for the period of July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2027, and increase the rates effective July 1st, 2024, and allow for 2 future annual rate increases starting July 1st, 2025, subject to the CPI for all urban consumers Pacific area, with a maximum increase amount of 3% per year. What the financial impact for the general fund revenue for fiscal year 24-25, $250,555, 25-26, $252,614, and 26-27, $254,734. G-Trans expenditure is $8,000 a year for the next 3 years. What is required tonight is to approve the contract.
Okay, thank you. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, does any member of the council have any questions or comments at this time?
Just,
You do?
just one
Okay.
quick question.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes, is this company that, their storage yard is parts in Gardena and parts in Hawthorne? Is that the same company with, or something else? I'm trying to remember, I can't remember offhand what it was, but
I
something
believe-
about where they stored the,
Right, I believe they have multiple locations, but they do have a location in Gardena.
but there was something about if they towed your car in Gardena, they could actually tow it, they could store it in
It would-
Hawthorne.
It would be like an overflow storage yard offsite. But their primary storage unit would be in Gardena.
Okay. And the contract includes a 3% rate increase from now until 2027? Is that, of the rates, is that correct? Did I hear that right or read it correctly?
So there's one true up that we're considering now, and then 2 more CPI increases starting in 2025, up to 3%. So if the CPI is 1.5 or 2%, it'll go on that amount, but it won't increase 3%.
Okay, and I heard it mentioned that, or I read anyway, that they were satisfactory. How do we know they haven't been? Is there any way of, do we have any data on complaints or people unhappy or unfair tows or, I've heard stories from other states, not from City of Gardena, of course, but where they just kind of sit and wait and they'll tow your car and take it off for any good reason or no reason at all.
There is no reason for us to suspect that there is something that unsatisfactory as far as them towing cars that are inappropriately towing cars or treating customers not very well. The police department would receive such complaints if they do, and we've not, generally speaking, we've not received any excessive complaints complaints from our residents.
But we don't have a real way of collecting that data, because I just want to make sure, I mean, getting your car towed is probably, unless you're in an accident, you need to have your car towed, but getting towed for whatever other reasons is not one of the happiest moments for life, you know? Okay, but we don't have a way of collecting the data.
Data would be coming from US Tow. We don't, unless, Chief, do we
Is there
collect
any,
data?
I mean, if I was unhappy or felt that my car had been towed unfairly or something like that, who would I complain to? I mean,
We
since
would generally get claims if a car is towed by accident or inappropriately. We would get claims for
claims
those
from,
types
who
of things.
would I get the claim to?
Mike's not on.
We would get a claim from the person whose vehicle was towed, that they felt that it was towed inappropriately or unfairly. And so then once we receive those claims, we research them, we look at what evidence we have to support either whether the tow was proper or improper. And so we get few of those, and on those, I would say it's a very small percentage where we determine based on the evidence. There was one situation, for example, where the street was going to be no parking, and they left for their trip before the sign went up because they were on like a 2-week trip. So we've reversed that and we returned their money back. So we look at it on an individual basis. But you know, as a perspective from the claims that we receive, I can't tell you, at least from the city attorney's office, that we are receiving a number of claims where we believe that there's an issue with the towing company. We would have advised the council of that if that were the case.
And complaints go to the police department, they come straight to the city.
We get the complaints that come to the city attorney's office when they file the claim.
All right, thank you.
Okay. You're off the hook. I do have one question. I don't know who would this be for, the city or for the towing company. So places that still have the old toll signs on there, because now since there are city tow yard, who is responsible for switching that over? Do we send a notice out to the current business, or is it the tow place to say, hey, we're the city's new tow company? How does that work now? Because I noticed some places still have the old one on there.
We'll send out a notice to, if we've locate them, find them, we'll send a notice over to, I believe, Hisham's is the previous tow company. We'll send them a notice to take it down, take down their old sign.
And then, so now that opens up another question I have. So what happens, when you started it, so what happens then if a person sees a sign and it says like Hisham and it has their telephone number and they call that one, then are they now required to say, hey, we got to turn over to US Tow, or do they just can they take it and keep going? How does that work then?
So it depends on what the person is calling about.
Okay.
For instance, let's say they get the car towed. They call the notice. I mean the
one that's
posted
there.
sign.
Mhm.
So they would try to locate your car for you, and if it's not there, obviously Hisham's is no longer the towing company in the tow yard. They'd have a locator, and they'll ask you for license plate and identifiers, and if they don't, then they'll just tell them that we don't have your car. So it's upon the individual that is looking for their cars to research as far as where is their car.
I got it. Okay, I see. Okay, with that being said, if there are no more questions, then can I get a motion to approve the contract? I'm sorry?
Motion.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Councilmember Love and a seconded by Councilmember Tanaka. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Love.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Francis.
Yes.
And Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, next up is 16A.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 16A is the award construction contract for the Rosecrans Community Center project, Chase Building, demolition phase job number 505 for Integrated Demolition and Remediation, Inc., in the amount of $338,000, approved the project plans and specifications, a 30% demolition contingency, and declare California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA exemption. The Rosecrans Community Center project is currently in the conceptual planning phase as part of the city's vacant and underutilized lot inventory study. This study will define the program and scope of the project. Following this, the design and construction document phases will commence, which are likely to take a few more years to complete. The dilapidated building and the site have been exposed to ongoing trespassing by homeless individuals, creating nuisances and fire hazards. Thus, it is the city's best interest to demolish the existing building now and eliminate these safety concerns. Demolition phase marks the first phase of the Rosecrans Community Center project. This phase includes the demolition, removal, and disposal of the existing building, soil grading, removal of hazardous materials, and all other site hardscapes as specified in the plans and specifications. The following 4 bids were received on May 13, 2024. Integrated Demolition and Remediation, Inc. from Anaheim, $338,000. Resource Environmental, Inc. from Cerritos, $363,000. Vertex Civil, LLC from Anaheim, $475,450. And American Wrecking, Inc. from South El Monte, and that is $501,207. The lowest responsible bidder, Integrated Demolition Remediation, Inc., is a state licensed contractor with verified successful construction experience in the field. They will be required to meet all CDBG provisions, bonding, and financial standards. The bid documents have been reviewed by staff and are considered acceptable. The tentative construction start date is early July 2024, with anticipated completion within 1 month. Staff recommends that City Council award the construction contract for the Rosecrans Community Center project, Chase Building Demolition Phase, job number 505 to Integrated Demolition and Remediation, Inc. in the amount of $338,000, and additionally, approve the project plans and specifications, approve the 30% demolition contingency, declare the project to be categorically exempt from CEQA Section 15308, Class 8 as actions by regulatory agencies for the protection of the environment. Sources of funds so far, federal earmarks of $1 million and CDBG for $650,000. Estimated expenditures, the demo plans and specs by BOA Architectural and Soil Testing and Grading Certification, $46,800. Construction management and inspection by Griffin Structures and job cost, $45,050. Construction award contract, $338,000, and a 30% project contingency, $101,400, for a total of $531,250. What is required is to award a construction contract, approve plans and specifications, approve construction contingency, and declare CEQA exemption.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Does any member of the council have any questions or comments?
I do, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Francis.
As a part of this project plan, now, you know, right next door on both sides are convalescent hospitals and residential. Then there's the shopping center across the street. Now, at least for the convalescent hospitals on either side, the entrance to I guess Los Flores is on one side of the bank building, and the alley and everything. That's where the rooms are. Is there anything in here that includes putting up some type of screen to stop the dust or the sound or anything to take care of any of that? I mean, I know it's going to be some noise, but I mean, will it be like on the weekends or? And then that alley that's there, that's right between the, isn't there an alley there? Yeah, I think so. If I remember,
Yeah, we are putting taller fence on the north and the west side, adjacent to property, the parking lot property and the senior apartments. We're putting up an 8-foot tall fence. And the frontage on Rosecrans, we're putting a typical 6-foot chain link fence. So we took that into consideration so that we have extra height for protections. We also have erosion control plans just to make sure that contractor will minimize the dust, and they would make sure they put water them regularly, and then put dust controls.
So it'll be like a wall, a solid wall, or a chain.
Currently there is a solid wall, but we went out there and measured. They're only 6 feet tall, so we're putting taller chain link fence with the fabric on it.
Okay. And just forgot the other question. Okay, the wall, the noise, there's not too much you can do to mitigate the noise.
There's not much we can do with the noise. However, this construction will go really quick. Maybe first 2 weeks will be a mediation for the leads and asbestos, which would have no impact on the noise. And the demolition will probably go in one week. The building will be down.
It won't start like before 7 o'clock in the morning or like
No.
7.
It'll be probably starting at 8 o'clock.
And the other thing, that was the bank building that was there. And as a part of demolition, I don't know if we talked about underground vaults. Are we just going to cement over that, or is there?
No, everything's going to be taken out.
The vault is underground vault as well?
Yes.
Okay. So there's digging too, a lot of
Because the vaults and the basement slabs are so thick. That's why we put a lot extra 30% contingency, because we don't know the exact dimension of the depth.
Okay, so that's my other question.
That's why it's a high contingency.
Okay, higher. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
So, before you walk away, I just had a quick clarification. So you said that back fence is already 6 feet, so the chain link, is that 6 on top of that? Is that what you mean?
We're going to
Just
put
next to it?
Yes, we're going to put a fence in the front of the block wall,
On the north side of it,
both north and west.
north and west. Got it. Thank you. Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, if not, can I get a motion to award the construction contract? Oh, Greg?
I just want to make one statement. It was late in getting to the staff report, but Kevin also mentioned that we received CEQA exemption. And because this is federal CDBG funds, I also want to put on the record that we also received NEPA exemption. So we had to go through a different environmental process. So just wanted to make that clear.
CEQA and NEPA?
Correct.
Does that need to be reflected in the, Carmen, in the motion? NEPA?
In an abundance of caution, Mayor, let's just do it.
Okay. That being said, can I get a motion to award the construction contract, approve project plans and specifications, approve construction contingency, as well as declare California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, and NEPA at this time?
Exemption.
Exemption, thank you.
So moved.
Exemption. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Councilmember Francis and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Henderson. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Francis.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Love.
Yes.
And Mayor Serta.
Yes. Next up is 17A.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 17A. It's approval of the agreement between the City of Gardena and Trio Community Meals for the provision of the Senior Community Action Meals Program, or SCAMP, for July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2028, not to exceed $400,000 for year one. Staff recommends the City Council approve the agreement between City of Gardena and Trio Community Meals. Total estimated cost for service not to exceed $400,000 per year. The selection was based on the information for bids, or IFB submissions, and their ability to provide quality service at a reasonable cost. There were 2 bids received: Trio Community Meals and Waba Grill. Waba Grill did not provide pricing, and Trio Meals was the lowest qualified bid for the proposed services. Trio Community Meals has demonstrated a commitment for meeting compliance requirements for the County of Los Angeles Aging and Disabilities Department and the Area Agency on Aging, conforms to nutritional requirements under Title 3C of the Older Americans Act of 1965, and complies with the hazard analysis and critical control point requirements, the Area Agency on Aging policies and procedures for senior nutrition sites, central kitchens, and home-delivered meals program. The financial impact on the expenditure is not to exceed $400,000 per year for 4 years, or $1.6 million total. The funding source is LA County Aging and Disabilities Department. Fund type is Senior Bureau grant. What is required tonight is to approve the agreement.
Okay, thank you. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Does any member of the council have any questions or comments at this time? Okay, Councilmember Love.
With this contract, is there a way that the city can monitor the quality of food that the seniors are getting? Because I know in the past, the quality starts out high, and then by the end of the contract, the seniors are complaining, and I've seen some of that food, and it's not a good look. So a lot of seniors start to complain, and then they don't even eat the meals sometimes. And so is there a way that we can make sure that the quality of the meals served in the beginning of this contract remain the same quality during by the end of the contract?
So one of the questions, good question actually, one of the question I asked Recreation and Human Services staff is that how do we know that TRIO was providing good, first of all, nutritional meals, and then does it actually taste good and look good? The answer that I received was that TRIO has done a great job in providing these meals for our seniors, and that they are not aware of any complaints as far as the taste. Obviously, the nutritional value is predetermined as far as what they are, because we know the menu, so the nutritional value is there, but we're not aware of any complaints about, and I can follow up again with rec staff and Spot and check with our seniors as far as are you having any issues later on as far as the taste or the aesthetics of the food.
And I asked that question because I'm often at the Second Time Around Club meetings on Mondays, and I've seen for myself, and I've even smelt for myself, some of the meals that they're serving our seniors, and I hear the seniors complaining about it. Now, rather those complaints make it up to Park and Recs or the right people, but if you ask a lot of those seniors, I know especially at the Second Time Around at Raleigh Park, the food, they'll all tell you that the food starts out great, but somewhere down the road, it veers left. And they're, like I said, it's sad to see some of these seniors needing this meal, but the meals not be sufficient or up to par, and they don't eat the meals. And so now we have a situation where the seniors don't even eat the meals. And so I can bring that concern to you and tell you that I've seen it for myself.
We will certainly look into it, and obviously would rather know about it if anything, so we can address it with TRIO, because it doesn't have to just be nutritious, it has to taste good too, because like you said, if this doesn't taste good, then
And smell good.
it just goes to waste.
Thanks.
So, Mr. City Manager, I would like to see maybe once a year we do a survey to our seniors, that on our end. And the reason I say that is because it was brought to my attention maybe about a year or so ago that staff, I guess, not staff, they changed the type of carton or that the food was prepared in it. And so some of the seniors, I guess let's just say if there was something that had like a gravy or something in it, that when they were eating the food, they could almost like taste the material that the carton was made out of. So, and it was, they were a little leery about telling somebody with staff, just, fearful. Anybody would be like that. And so I had to kind of hear it secondhand from somebody else. Now, staff got right on it, at the time. But I just think, just in case sometimes people are a little leery about, I don't want to rock the boat or anything, maybe we can just kind of do a survey once a year, just on our end, just to make sure that, people are satisfied with it, if that could be added to.
Yeah, absolutely. We could do a survey. There were a long time ago, there was staff was allowed to, these excess portions, they're allowed to, eat it.
Okay.
But we don't allow that anymore. So, obviously, you can taste it. If staff can taste it, it'd be a different story. But we don't allow that anymore. But certainly we can do surveys, and we can address it with TRIO and make sure that they're giving out quality food. Again, aesthetically, it smells good, tastes good, and nutritious. And if they're not, then, the issue has to be resolved.
Okay.
Because if the seniors aren't eating it, then they're not, it's
Then
not
it's defeating
working.
the purpose at that
Correct.
point. And again, sometimes it can just be intimidating. Not that our staff isn't warm and welcoming, but sometimes just for some people, it might just be a little intimidating to want to complain about it. So
We certainly don't just want to serve and feed them just for the mechanics of doing that. You know,
Right.
we want to make sure that, you know, when we provide the meals, it's a respectable, good meal. It's not just there because to quench hunger. It's there to provide
Good.
sustenance and then, you know, enjoy it. Generally enjoy the food, right? So we'll get on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councilman Francis?
Yes, I was just going to piggyback on what Madam Mayor said. I'm glad to hear you say that we're going to formalize some way of collecting data on this particular program, see whether or not it is working, and we are getting our value for the money. Because sometimes I've seen some too, and sometimes our seniors are they don't complain. Some are just afraid to complain for fear that it might just be taken away from them altogether, or they'll say, well, it's not that bad, or they'll give it to the grandkids. So they're not eating them at all. They'll just give them away, you know. So I'm glad to hear ask Madam Mayor make the request that we do find a formal way to collect data on this, so we make sure that we're getting our money's worth.
We'll make sure that we educate our seniors to give us an accurate, honest review of what they're, you know, the food. Because if they don't give us the honest review of it, then we can't fix it.
And how would you quantify that?
I mean, there's going to be different metrics as far as the appearance, taste, you know, smell, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, we can come up with a survey as far as, you know, and we can pinpoint it on certain dates as well. We don't have to limit it on the on-site congregate or, you know, meal delivery. We'll ask questions, make sure that we get the right feedback. But this is, you know, it's good feedback that we know, because we don't want to just give contracts left and right and you know, our seniors are just, you know, left with, you know, substandard food. Yes, they're providing they're providing a nutritional value, but it's got to taste good.
Well, it's not just for this one, but for any contract that we offer. I think we should have some evaluation tool, maybe because there's a teacher in me, but we should have some way of evaluating whether or not they're doing a good job, whether or not our money is being well spent. So thank you, Madam Mayor and City Manager.
Nikki, did you want to add anything to it? Yes. I'm sorry, Ms. Sweeney. Forgot formally here.
Hello? Okay. Just to clarify, surveys are taken during the meals. The seniors are vocal if they do not like a meal, and they will let staff know. Trio is pretty good about swapping things out. I'm sure throughout the year they want to try something new. If they don't get good feedback, the senior bureau staff will let Trio know, and they'll try to substitute or do something else. But it's according to preference. Everybody's not going to like every meal that Trio serves. So, but they are good about switching and making substitutions if the majority of the seniors don't like the meals.
Okay, well, that's good to know. I mean, I'm glad to know that we are already doing surveys and that they are willing to give concessions.
Yes.
When, you know, there are some concerns or
Yes.
things like that. Okay, well, that's good to know.
Madam Mayor, maybe perhaps we'll add another section on the survey to say that did you prefer a different type of food as opposed to the food was bad? You know, the food smelled or tasted bad as opposed to, I didn't like lasagna, for instance, that day. So we'll so that there's a quantifier as far as what did you not like about the service?
Okay.
Type of deal.
I think that's a good idea. Okay, if there are no other questions here or comments on that, can I get a motion to approve the agreement? Is there a second? Okay. Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Councilmember Francis and a second by Councilmember Love. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Francis.
Yes.
Councilmember Love.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka. And Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, next are council directors. Does any member of the council have any directives at this time? Let's start with Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have one directive. I would like us to draft a labor standards ordinance similar to the city of Santa Ana, Carson, neighboring cities.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, I know we gave you several samples with the most recent one being the city of Carson, which would kind of completed Anaheim and Santa Ana. So
Okay.
are you okay with us pursuing something like Carson?
I'm okay with us pursuing an ordinance similar to the city of Carson.
Is there a second?
Well, hold on,
Oh, wait,
I have to,
yes.
yeah. The purpose of the directive is the city strives to protect human rights and workers' rights. The directive is warranted to attempt to eradicate labor exploitation in our community and is beneficial to our city by eliminating wage theft. It provides greater community income and promotes our economic engine.
Okay, is there a second on that? Okay.
Can I, can I make an amendment?
Go ahead.
Rather than calling it a labor standard, could we just call it transparency ordinance for,
That's fine.
for contracts? So that way, because when I think of labor standards, I'm thinking of, I don't think of whether or not a contractor has a wage dispute or a labor dispute or involves some judgment. So if we, maybe just a contractor's transparency ordinance, something like that. I think over City of Carson, they call it transparency ordinance. I don't think it's called.
That's fine.
Labor, so if that be all right?
That's fine.
Just to be more clear what our goal is. I actually thought we did this last city council, but.
No, we asked for the data.
You want to follow the same title that Carson gave it?
That's fine. Yep.
Yeah, and the ordinance is well written. We could just adopt that. Is that all right? Thank you.
Okay, so there was a motion by Henderson and a second by Love. And are there any
No,
other?
It was a
I'll
motion.
second.
Oh, second.
The directive by Henderson, and I
Oh, an
thought.
amendment.
Oh, okay.
But she made an amendment. Okay. Okay. Is there any other directives at this time? If not, do you mind giving that to the clerk, and then I'll let her read it back? Yeah, I heard it too. I've heard it too. Yeah.
Oh, there you are. Oh, okay. Labor transparency ordinance.
Sounds like it's inside, but okay. Okay, so I'll, Madam Clerk, if you want to
Yeah,
read that back.
Mayor Pro Tem Henderson has made a directive and was seconded by Councilmember Love. And the directive is draft a labor transparency ordinance. The purpose of the directive is the city strives to protect human rights and workers' rights. Reasons why the directive is warranted: to attempt, eradicate labor exploitation in our community. Ways the directive would directly benefit the city: by eliminating wage theft. It provides greater community income and promotes our economic engine. And that is it.
Okay, thank you. That's correct? Okay. All right, so next we're going to have our city manager remarks regarding our previous directives.
Mayor Schroeder, members of the City Council, I have two updates for the City Council, both in memo format. First one is a directive regarding the City of Carson labor standards. And the second memo is the annual lobbyist report for 2024. Madam Mayor, so ends my report.
Okay, thank you. Next, we're going to move on to council remarks. We're going to begin tonight with Councilmember Francis.
Absolutely. First of all, I would like to offer my congratulations to all the high school and college graduates that are graduating, and I want to wish you continued success as you travel on your journey. I also want to congratulate the Gardena police officers awardees that you attended the South Bay Medal of Valor Award ceremony, so congratulations. You make us shine. We appreciate that. And I also want to thank Linda Barentine for her presentation of Senior Citizens Commission. And since we were last together, I attended the Art Walk, the Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Celebration, the Kids to Park Day pop-up. Also made it to the end of the Willows Wetland, I think, Willows Mother's Day brunch. Anyway, there's a lot of events. Very busy Saturday, very busy weekend, but that's okay. And also, while we're talking, summertime is coming up, and I want to encourage everyone to take your kids, or if you're adults, get involved in our Mamie Deer Library, Sateau Library, some of the activities, and participate in those, as well as start reading. Start reading more. It's a nice summertime activity I think we all could be involved in. Again, as a teacher and me. But, and as I always say, you know, there's a lot of craziness going on in the world. You know, you hear a lot of eternal news, all bad news. But we just got to keep the faith and just know better days are coming. It's been promised. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have Councilmember Tanaka.
I'll keep it brief. Since our last did the COG board meeting, we met with Dr. Kalam at Cal State University Dominguez Hills regarding their new mobility project. Attended the city's finance committee meeting. Thank you for the finance committee. You guys are doing a great job. Presided over the retired officer James Martin's funeral services at Green Hill Cemetery. Attended the City Art Walk program to commemorate our older Americans and the mental health awareness, promoting meaningful relationships and social connections for mental health and well-being. Attended 2 soccer recognition award ceremonies at Nakaoka. Did the South Bay City's COG board meeting. Attended Medal of Valor Awards luncheon at Torrance Marriott, and congratulations to all of our department recipients for doing such a great job and for saving a lot of lives during their tour. Attended the PETS event at Nakaoka Center, and lastly, I attended the Nisei Veterans post-1961 Memorial Day program. This post is where my father belonged to. And there was a great presentation by Corey Shiozaki, who actually did a documentary on the Manzanar Fishing Club. Did a great presentation on the Japanese Americans that served and died in the Vietnam War. So inspired.
Okay, thank you. Next is Councilmember Love.
Yeah, since our last meeting, I attended the city's Art Walk and festival at City Hall. I attended the South Bay Medal of Valor. So congrats to the officers that brought home the awards. I think we took the house that day with 10 officers receiving the Medal of Valor Life-Saving Awards. I also attended Public Works Appreciation celebration, and I had the honor of being presented with an award that I want to also say congratulations to Lieutenant Cuff. He and I were both presented with the awards from the Zeta Phi Beta Phi Theta Zeta chapter sorority for being hometown heroes, and I want to thank Chief Safel for sending an officer to accept the award on his behalf because he was out of town on training, and Sergeant Dolores Sealer, how do you pronounce it? Represented very well after she kind of clowned me for dressing up with a fascinator and all of that. But it was a really good event, and it was good to see them recognizing the hometown hero and seeing that in Lieutenant Cuff. So with that ends my report.
Okay, thank you. And for myself, since the last council meeting, I attended my monthly CCGA meeting where we deal with the card rooms, which is what we mentioned earlier tonight. I also attended my monthly sanitation meeting, and then also the funeral for our retired Gardena PD officer, Jim Mark. Also our finance committee meeting. Once again, thank our finance committee members for doing such a fine job keeping our city looking good financially. And, every meeting you guys constantly amaze me, just how well you're doing. So I just special thanks for that, because it's not easy handling the finances of a city and just all the documentation, all the audits and so on. And so I think every time I hear that we're getting an award for making sure we handle all sorts of best practices, I'm just always really proud of them. I also attended Contract Cities in Palm Desert. I attended the Police Department's Employee Recognition Day. And once again, I just want to thank all of our officers for what they do year-round. I attended the soccer futsal banquet immediately afterwards. And then on last week, I attended the LA County Sanitation Personnel Committee meetings where we had the great task of going over wage increases for the sanitation board. So it's what we call our collective meeting, and we do this about every 3 years when there's contract negotiations. And that's out in Whittier. So all the events we go to, we don't always get the opportunity to stay in the city. I also attended our Public Works Week celebration. Once again, I want to thank them for the great job that they do. I think we don't get a chance to thank them enough. We always mention about what a great job they do keeping our streets together, but there's so many other things, the graffiti, the parks together, all of our different buildings. So hats off to you guys as well. And I just really appreciate all that you guys do, all the extra work that continues to make our city look good. I also attended the Medal of Valor, and once again, just want to thank these officers for going over and beyond. And it was interesting in hearing some of the different scenarios where they, life-saving type of things that they did with tourniquets on several of the different victims so that they would not lose not only their life, but their limbs. And there were some people we heard that were shot in like every limb, and it was just amazing that they were still alive, but it was because of all the life-saving things that some of our officers did to keep them alive and here with us today. So thank you guys again. I also attended some prom parties for those who are graduating here in the city of Gardena. And I have to say, some of our young people have gone really over and beyond with these beautiful prom dresses, and it looked like everybody was going to the Oscars. So apparently Gardena had their big prom this past weekend. And so I'm glad everybody had a great prom. I'm looking forward to all the graduations that are going to happen. And that was fun getting the opportunity to just kind of see off a lot of our students for their prom parties. And then earlier today, I had the opportunity to address students from KIP generation here in Gardena as some of the students came over and they had a lot of questions as it related to what is city government, what does a council do, what does a city manager do, and so on as they're looking at different careers in city government, as well as other careers, but things are related to that as far as what they want to do potentially when they get older. And with that, that ends my report. And next up is Mayor Pro Tem.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and go real quick. Since our last meeting, I attended my AQMD meeting, the Gardena Art Walk. I also did our pop-ups in the park. It was great to be at I call it my old home park, Bell Park. It used to seem like it was much bigger when I was little, but it's a nice park. It was good to be out there with the young folks. I attended Gardena Police Department employee recognition, the Medal of Valor Award. Again, congratulations to all those that really went above and beyond. I want to thank our Gardena Honor Guard for participating, and Captain Vince Osorio for actually being the master of ceremony. Chief, we always talk about other duties as assigned, so you got everybody doing what they should do. Attended the soccer awards, attended Los Angeles Southwest College Black graduation. Over this past Memorial Day weekend, I had the chance to lead the family in honoring my maternal grandfather, L. Nathan Hathorn, who was in the Navy as well. So it was a great opportunity for me to now lead some things in my family village, as now I'm becoming an elder in the village. So it was a high honor to be doing that. Madam Mayor, so is my report.
Okay, thank you. So a couple of quick announcements here that are coming up here. So Gardena has their Citizen Leadership Academy that's coming up. This is an opportunity to learn more about city government, community development, G-Trans, police, admin services, public works, recreation, as well as our elected officials office here. Who can participate? Any of our residents here who are interested. And if you have more questions on this here, you can contact our city manager's office at 310-217-9503. The City of Gardena Citizens Leadership Academy is an engaging 6-session program that opens the doors of local government to the community. So the Citizens Leadership Academy will provide participants with a behind-the-scenes look at the City of Gardena's operations, including programs, services, departments, and facilities. So we definitely want to encourage people to apply for that. And the academy begins Thursday, July the 11th, and at 6 p.m. So again, if you'd like more information, you can call City Hall. Also, we have our This coming Saturday, we have Bring It on the Boulevard, which is our downtown street fair. This will be this coming Saturday, June the 1st, from 11 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. It will be featuring retail booths, resource centers, kids activity, live entertainment, and more. I believe it's also, is it the ribbon cutting of the parking lot as well? Yes? Of our new parking lot, we will have the ribbon cutting for that as well. We also have coming up on the same day, Saturday, July 1st, we have another compost giveaway. I heard that was a really big hit last time. From 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. This will be at Raleigh Park. Rain or shine while supplies last. So you must be a Gardena resident, bring ID or a copy of your utility bill. This will be self-serve. Shovels will be provided if you don't bring one. First come, first serve, drive up only, no walk-ins. You have to enter through the South Van Ness entrance, bring your own containers or buckets, no bags, and the limit is 50 gallons per vehicle. No trailers or commercial vehicle, no trailers or commercial vehicles. Rental limiteds to pickup trucks only. So if you have more information, you can call WR at 888-467-7600. We also have our community budget form, which will, will be June the 1st, Wednesday, June the 5th at 6 p.m. That will be at Nakoka Community Center. You can learn more about the city's proposed budget and give us your feedback. We also have the Grease Lightning Dance Party, which is Friday, June 7th from 6:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. And this is through our TRP program, which is designed to meet the needs of individuals with developmental disabilities. TRP is a safe environment that includes socializing, skill building, and inclusion for all participants. There'll be music, food, raffles, and much more. So registration begins on Monday, April 1st. It already began. So also we have our Gardena Dodger Day that will be coming up, which will be Wednesday, June the 12th. The game starts at 7:10 p.m. You can purchase tickets in person beginning Monday, May the 13th. That's already passed too. So Nakoka Community Center is where you can come to get your tickets Monday through Friday from 8 to 6 p.m. There's a variety of ticket prices. Top Deck 7, $25 each. Reserved 6 level, $35 each. Lodge 157 is $45 each, and Pavilion 313 is $35 each. City of Gardena residents will receive $5 off per ticket, and proof of residency is required. And then also we have a job fair that is being offered through the VFW, Post 3261, right at 162nd and Western. And this Veterans Job Fair, they're calling all veterans and focus employers who are interested in hiring them. That will be on May the 31st from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. and the address is 1822 West 162nd Street. And if you'd like more information, you can call Gardena One Stop at 310-538-7064. Okay, and with that, we're going to move on to our adjournment. We have no remembrances. So tonight, the Gardena City Council will adjourn to the closed session portion of our City Council meeting at 7 p.m., followed by the regular City Council meeting at 7:30 p.m. on Tuesday, June the 11th, 2024. So at this time, we are adjourned.